Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Incredible Boasting. Yu Wenxiong had not said those words out of blind anger. He had put in much hard work to reach stage 3 in external techniques and could break through at any time. It was likely that with his family's support, he would be able to break through to stage 4 in external techniques within a month. When that time came, he would be able to unleash 5 times a normal person's strength. That would be the date of Qin Feng's death. Although Yu Wenxiong had already exited the sports field, the words he left were like a thunderstorm that sent everyone into a frenzy. A battle of life and death meant that both sides signed a waiver agreeing that if one party killed the other, they would not take any responsibility. Only bloody vengeances would instigate such battles. Goddamn, a battle of life and death. Big Brother Li, Yu Wenxiong's gone crazy. Even on the viewing platform, Hua Ming, who had seemed like he was on a holiday, couldn't stay calm. However, this Qin Feng guy is becoming more and more interesting. Big Brother Li, should we go play with him? Li Xiaojie's unfathomable eyes looked at Qin Feng from afar for a while and he suddenly said, "If you want to play, go play. I'm not interested." The fight had concluded and Qin Feng had broken through his limit. He didn't need to continue to run around the sports field, so the spectating students all dispersed and it became empty again. "Young Master Qin, are you really all right?" When most of the people had left, Lin Bei mustered enough courage to run over to Qin Feng and ask while holding his arm. Standing so close together, Qin Feng could smell Lin Bei's fragrance and he smiled, saying, "Don't call me young Master Qin. Call me Qin Feng," like just then. "Did you sleep well at the Royal Clubhouse last night?" After finding out that Lin Bei didn't have anywhere to stay, Qin Feng had given her the room card to room 888 at the Royal Clubhouse. As such, he had no further intentions in asking this, but Lin Bei's face suddenly became red, confused as to why Qin Feng had inquired. However, she shyly nodded her head and answered, "The environment there's really nice and it's very quiet, so I slept quite well." "Qin Feng, last night, why didn't you come to sleep?" In the end, Lin Bei had summoned all of her courage to ask that question. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks became as red as an apple and she felt like diving into a crack in the ground. "Hey!" Qin Feng was a bit surprised by this question, but quickly realized what she meant. Lin Bei must have misunderstood him. She probably thought that he had given her the room card because he wanted her body. He felt slightly bitter, wondering why he had recently been misunderstood by so many beauties. First, it was the beautiful teacher Yun Xiao and now even Lin Bei thought this way as well. Qin Feng could only accept this, however, as he thought to his loose and sensualistic nature. Bei, you can have that room to yourself. When I've sorted out your compensation, you can move back, Qin Feng said while bitterly smiling. Lin Bei looked at him in shock as a complicated look arose within her eyes. She couldn't help but stare at Qin Feng dumbly. It turned out, he didn't do this because he wanted her body, but had simply wanted to help her. Suddenly, a strange feeling grew within Lin Bei's heart that she was unable to control. It was so faint that even she didn't notice it. "Thank you, Qin Feng," Lin Bei said in a small voice. No need to thank me. After all, we're desk mates, right? I've taken advantage of you many times in the past, so this is something I should be doing. Alright, come have lunch with me. When Qin Feng mentioned taking advantage of her, she thought back to how many times he had touched her legs and cheeks, and her cheeks burned hot again. As the two of them walked through the Acropolis University's campus, countless students looked at them strangely and discussed among themselves in soft voices. Qin Feng had long since become accustomed to being the center of attention and his expression didn't change in the slightest. On the other hand, Lin Bei walked with her head lowered the entire time and her fists were gripped so tightly that there was no strength in them. "Beauty Lin, you've finally come out. We've waited so long for you. Are you free for lunch? Big Brother will take you to have a big feast." Just as the two of them walked out of the campus, a bald-headed man wearing sunglasses walked over. When his gaze fell on Lin Bei's body, his eyes almost became green. The man was in his early 40s and was quite muscular. He was wearing a singlet with beach shorts and thongs on his feet. A wild wolf was tattooed onto his thick arm and there were 4 people standing behind him. They were dressed fairly similarly and looked like young hooligans. "Do you know him?" Qin Feng slightly frowned and looked at Lin Bei Bei. The instant Lin Bei Bei saw the bald-headed man, she became nervous. Her small hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes as she inched closer to Qin Feng, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. "Then let's go." Since Lin Bei Bei didn't know these people, Qin Feng didn't bother with them. He held Lin Bei Bei's hand as he walked towards the parking lot. "Goddamn, you little brat, our big brother Meng's talking to the little beauty. Who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, piss the hell off." The lackeys behind the bald-headed man were enraged and surrounded Qin Feng, looking like they wanted to fight. Qin Feng calmly smiled. He had seen much in his life and these little hooligans didn't scare him in the slightest. Just as he was going to teach them a lesson they would remember, he felt Lin Bei Bei's small hand that was covered in sweat suddenly pull him. Upon seeing Lin Bei Bei's anxious expression, Qin Feng deduced that she did indeed know these people. She had probably been bothered by these hooligans in the past. Thinking to the other two quests related to Lin Bei Bei, solving the issue about the compensation for the demolition of her home and making her his girlfriend, Qin Feng calmed down. He could feel that Lin Bei Bei wasn't as resistant to him as before and if he put in some effort, she would definitely be his. "Lunch. All right, count me in as well," Qin Feng smiled, looking expectantly towards the bald-headed man. Inwardly, he laughed. "If you want to treat this young master to lunch, you'd best prepare a few cards." The bald-headed man glared at Qin Feng but didn't say anything. Just as his lackeys were about to push Qin Feng away, he nimbly avoided them, causing the afro-headed one to curse loudly. "Fudge, you dare to dodge your elder? And who the hell are you? Big brother Meng's inviting this beauty for lunch, why are you still here?" "Ah Bao, shut up." Just as the afro-head called Ah Bao was about to attack, the bald-headed man yelled out and stopped him. Noticing the frightened expression on Lin Bei Bei's face, the hostility on the bald-headed man's face quickly disappeared. A wide smile leapt across his face as he said, "This is the entrance of our Acropolis city's best university and yet the first you do is curse and swear. What has your big brother told you? Read books in your free time and culture yourselves. What have you all been doing all day? All of you piss off, your elder gets annoyed just from looking at you." The lackeys looked at the bald-headed man in surprise, wondering why he had suddenly become a different person who valued education so much. Normally, he was the complete opposite. He'd scrar his feet and curse with swear words. This was the image that the lackeys had of him in their hearts. However, since their big brother had said this, they didn't dare to disobey and quickly left. After they left, Tai Meng's expression changed as he gave Lin Bei Bei a gentlemanly smile and said, "If you please, Beauty Lin. My car's this way." Qin Feng almost threw up at the sight of a bald-headed, tattooed man whose body was covered with muscles giving such a smile. He said to Lin Bei Bei, "Let's go. Since there's someone paying, why not?" Seeing that Qin Feng was shamelessly determined to come, a hostile look flashed in Tai Meng's eyes and he coldly smiled. Since this brat wanted to die, he would use him as a stepping stone for his boasting. He'd use this brat to show Lin Bei Bei his status and wealth, snaying her over in an instant. As for that brat, he would find a few brothers to give him a vicious beating after the meal. How much you eat will determine how much your elder will beat out of you. At this point, Tai Meng was in awe of his own intelligence and wisdom, and he began to show off. The trio happened to be passing by an incredibly cool-looking Lamborghini Batmobile. Tai Meng suddenly stopped and patted his chest, proudly saying, "Beauty Lin, look at this. Big brother bought this Lamborghini Batmobile just this year. It wasn't that expensive either. Someone I knew gave me a discount of over $6 million. We'll pick a night for Big brother to take you out for a ride." Tai Meng didn't even bat an eyelash when he boasted. He had thought that Lin Bei Bei's eyes would shine with a golden light, and that she would run over to hug his arm and cutely flirt. However, all he could see was her desperately suppressing her laughter. How could Lin Bei Bei not want to laugh? Although she didn't know much about cars, she still recognized this unique and cool-looking Lamborghini Batmobile because it belonged to Qin Feng. The first time he had driven it to the university, it had caused a massive ruckus and Lin Bei Bei still remembered it. "Haha, who would have thought that you're quite rich? You know what, why wait? How about you take Beauty Lin for a ride right now? Qin Feng suggested and laughed. Tai Meng's face darkened. He awkwardly coughed a few times and said contemptuously, "Brat, you don't understand anything. This sort of luxury car is best driven at night. Why would you want to ride around it during the day? Plus, the keys were carried off by my subordinates, so we can only wait until another day." All right, let's get in my other car. I'm already hungry, so let's go and eat now." In order to prevent further questioning from Qin Feng, Tai Meng hurriedly brought the two of them over to his car, which was a second-hand Bic. Tai Meng drove as Qin Feng and Lin Bei sat together in the back. During the trip, Tai Meng continuously tried to chat with her, but was ignored by her every time. However, Qin Feng was able to make her laugh repeatedly. During the drive, Qin Feng was able to find out the relationship between the bald-headed man and Lin Bei. It turned out that Tai Meng was a big-time gangster who was part of the #1 gang in the northwest of Acropolis City's underworld, the Wild Wolf Gang. Recently, the Wild Wolf Gang had been involved with a development project. They were responsible for helping Eternal Abundance Real Estate forcibly demolish homes and relocate the residents of the place Lin Bei was living at. The first time Tai Meng had seen Lin Bei, he had vowed to make this beautiful girl his. Lin Bei had not been fazed by his earlier tricks, so he decided to use more forceful tactics. Lin Bei happened to be staying at the Royal Clubhouse for the past few days, so he hadn't been able to see her. As such, he had specially come to the Acropolis University's entrance to wait for her. After understanding what was going on, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth tilted upwards. He had been planning to spend some time to take care of the compensation for the demolition of Lin Bei's home, but who would have thought that the opportunity would have presented itself to him? Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Order more if it's not enough. The Bic stopped outside the Royal Hotel. Qin Feng fought the urge to laugh as he looked at the massive hotel that seemed to extend up to the clouds. The Royal Hotel is the Acropolis City's best 5-star hotel. Beauty Lin, is this good enough? As soon as they got out of the car, Tai Meng looked at Qin Feng as he tilted his head back and spoke proudly. Even Qin Feng inwardly shook his head seeing Tai Meng act so pretentiously. The black-haired, long-legged, beautiful attendant gave a sweet smile as she greeted the three of them. "Welcome to the Royal Hotel, please come in," she said, but stopped halfway through her sentence. She immediately adopted an extremely respectful tone when she saw Qin Feng. She started another sentence and said young Mars but was once again cut off by Qin Feng. He still wanted to Tai Meng show off as he found it quite amusing, so he suddenly yelled out, "Wow, no less than expected from a 5-star hotel. Look at these decorations, it looks like a palace. I'm sure it's expensive to eat here, right?" "Baldy, you're quite right. Baldy." Tai Meng's mouth cheat and his face almost turned green after hearing the name Qin Feng called him. However, seeing the look of wonder and awe on his face, he suppressed the anger and said, "How expensive can a meal be? Seeing that you're Beauty Lin's classmate, you can order what you want. Your elder will show you what the upper-class lifestyle is like." Seeing Tai Meng's insufferably arrogant manner, the beautiful attendant wondered if she hadn't completely woken up. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes and looked at Qin Feng carefully. However, she was certain that this was the Royal Hotel's director's son, Qin Feng, young Master Qin. This was the first time the beautiful attendant had heard someone speak of the upper-class lifestyle to Qin Feng. "This way, please." The beautiful attendant noticed the look Qin Feng was giving her. It seemed that he didn't want to reveal his identity, so she didn't say anything else and guided the three of them to a private room. The whole way, many of the workers bowed to Qin Feng. Tai Meng was walking at the front, so he thought that these people were showing him respect. He marched on with a straight back, feeling as if he was flying. "Haha, see, this is what the service in 5-star hotels is like. It's worth it to spend some extra money." Following the beautiful attendant, the three of them came to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The beautiful attendant thought the host was probably the Baldy after her observations, so she presented the iPad to him. "Beauty Lin, you can order. Don't look at the prices, just order what you want. The thing Big Brother here lacks the least is money," Ari, in future, if you become Big Brother's girlfriend, you'll be able to live in bliss. Tai Meng pushed the iPad over to Lin Bei Bei. He tried to bait her in, but found that she did not look at the iPad as she pushed it over to Qin Feng, shyly saying, "You order. I'm not good with these things." Qin Feng smiled and pushed the iPad to the side as he looked towards Tai Meng, saying, "Baldy, I'll order for us then. This is the first time I've eaten in such a high-class restaurant before. Surely you won't mind if I order a lot, right?" "That's right, order as much as you want. Your elders got plenty of money." Tai Meng rolled his eyes. He would allow this brat to have some fun for now. Tai Meng resolved not only to beat him up until he vomited because he dared call him Baldy, but also to get people to shave him bald as well for running off his mouth. "Hee, I'll go ahead then." Qin Feng gave an evil smile and leaned back on the sofa chair, casually saying, "We'll have one of each of the most expensive dishes, as well as the special dishes, recommended dishes, seafood dishes, dessert dishes, but no soup. Oh, and a 1982 Laugh-It please." "All right, that's enough. We'll order more if it's not enough." After Qin Feng finished ordering in a confident and an easygoing manner, Tai Meng looked as if he had become petrified. He inwardly howled, "What the hell have you ordered? How can 3 people eat so much? You ordered enough for goddamn 30 people, and yet you'll order more if it's not enough. Your elder will send you to the Western Paradise in just a bit." Tai Meng's breathing became much heavier. They had come to the Royal Hotel last year to celebrate the Wild Wolf Gang's leader's birthday, and it had been incredibly expensive. After that, he hadn't dared to come here. Today, if he wasn't acting so big in order to trick Lin Bei Bei into sleeping with him, Tai Meng wouldn't have paid such a bloody price. However, since he had put on such an act, he couldn't give up halfway. As such, he could only grit his teeth and hang on. "Sir, is that all right?" Since it was Tai Meng paying, the beautiful attendant still needed his consent. Tai Meng's face darkened as he nodded his head. When the attendant left the room, Tai Meng's heart was still bleeding. He silently calculated how much all of this would cost, and found that according to his rough estimates, it would be over $100,000. He was so angry that he almost flipped the table and walked out. After spending so much money, if Lin Bei Bei wasn't obedient at night, he would just have to take her by force. This was what Tai Meng silently decided as he gnashed his teeth. "Baldy, why's there a tattoo of a dog on your arm?" Seeing that Tai Meng had fallen silent, Qin Feng took the initiative to tease him. "Fudge, look goddamn carefully, it's a wolf." Tai Meng was already furious, and the flames in his heart were fanned even greater by Qin Feng. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He savagely glared at Qin Feng, saying, "Don't think that you can run your mouth off just because you're Beauty Lin's classmate. Brat, I'll have you know that your elders in the underworld. Have you heard of the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang? The leader, Wang Qiong, is my brother. I'll have you know that your elder has killed people before, so show some respect." The Acropolis City's underworld was split into 2, Wild Wolf Gang in the northwest and Flying Dragon Gang in the southeast. However, these things were nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. "You've killed people before?" "No way," Qin Feng said in mock horror. Seeing Qin Feng's scared expression, Tai Meng felt quite pleased. He continued to boast, saying, "In the underworld, killing people is as normal as eating. You should know Qin Feng, right? He's that good-for-nothing son of the royal group's president, Qin Huang. Even a hedonistic young master like him with such a background is being hunted for all over the city with a bounty of $200,000 on his head." Qin Feng spat out the tea in his mouth onto Tai Meng's face. This news had come too suddenly, and even Qin Feng didn't know about it. Before the Baldy could become angry, Qin Feng asked, "Baldy, you can't say such things so casually. Surely the Flying Dragon Gang wouldn't dare to kill Qin Feng." "Chumph, brat, you haven't even grown out all of your hair, what do you know? Qin Feng killed Ma De, so do you think his dad wouldn't dare to kill Qin Feng?" Tai Meng resisted the urge to kick Qin Feng as he wiped his face with a serviette. Qin Feng knew that the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang was Ma Da Long. However, saying that he killed Ma De was rubbish. He had been killed by that masked person. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Actually, I have the heart of a Buddha. Lin Bei now felt nervous to death. There were people hunting down Qin Feng, and they seemed to be powerful bad guys as well. Her delicate hands grabbed on to Qin Feng's arm. Feeling the cold sweat on Lin Bei's hands, Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, indicating for her to relax. He then looked back to Tai Meng and tried to get more information out of him. Baldy, I can't believe such a thing. I'm sure you people in the underworld are just boasting to seem scary. Tai Meng was quite pleased with his boasting. These university girls all liked violent and manly boyfriends, and yet Qin Feng had spat water on him and doubted him repeatedly. He was now eyeing to kill Qin Feng. He unhappily replied, "You think I'm boasting? Chimpage. I might as well tell you. We have a high-ranking member of the Flying Dragon Gang as our spy who gave us this information. If this information is false, your elder will behead himself." Tai Meng seemed adamant that he wasn't lying, and it seemed that he was telling the truth. Qin Feng realized that it was possible that after the masked person had killed Ma De, the blame had been put on him. This act of getting someone else to do one's dirty work seemed to be quite effective. If Qin Feng hadn't met this idiot, Tai Meng, and didn't find out that he was being hunted down by the Flying Dragon Gang, it could have been quite dangerous. Although the Flying Dragon Gang was nothing to him, a sudden ambush could cost him his life. Because the young Master Qin was present, after chatting for a short while, the dishes Qin Feng had ordered were quickly brought up. The attendant had especially told the chefs to prepare his meal first. The large table was quickly filled with many delicious dishes, and there were still many dishes that couldn't fit. They were all put on a separate table. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Tai Meng didn't have any appetite. Instead, he felt so angry he felt like exploding. All of this had been bought with his money. "Open that bottle of red wine." Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the attendant to open the 82 Lafite. While Tai Meng was in no mood for food, Qin Feng was in a fabulous mood. "Wait." Seeing that the attendant was about to open the 82 Lafite, Tai Meng was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. He had never tasted this wine before, but he knew that a single bottle costed more than $50,000. Adding on all this food, this meal would definitely cost more than $100,000. Tai Meng's intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have brought this idiotic boy along with them. "Don't open this bottle of red wine, your elder's already sick of it. It tastes the same as red wine you can buy for tens of dollars. Plus, it's not strong enough. Go and bring a bottle of white wine. White wine tastes way better." Since they had come and spent so much money, Tai Meng was determined to make his plan succeed. He was planning to use a bottle of white wine to make Qin Feng and Lin Bei completely drunk. The one who should be beaten up would be beaten up, and the one who should be screwed would be screwed. Tong. Just as Tai Meng spoke, Qin Feng had already opened the red wine with practiced ease. He poured a glass for Lin Bei and himself. He had already started treating Tai Meng as heir. "Bei, have a taste. This wine is $50,000 per bottle, so a single mouthful is thousands of dollars," Qin Feng said as he smiled at Tai Meng. Lin Bei was frightened. She knew that the Royal Hotel was extremely expensive, but she never expected a bottle of red wine would cost $50,000. Her hands trembled as she held the wine glass, looking at the bright wine, but she didn't dare to drink it. Her mother's operation had costed $100,000, and this bottle of wine was worth half of that. Lin Bei simply couldn't understand the upper-class lifestyle. "Baldy, since you said you're already sick of this wine, I won't pour any for you." Bei, cheers." Since the wine had already been opened, Tai Meng had nothing to say. He had never tried this sort of wine before, and he was hoping to have a good taste this time. However, Qin Feng's words almost made him furious to the point of passing out. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Tai Meng, then touched his glass with Lin Bei's. He knew Lin Bei was reluctant to drink such an expensive wine, so he took the lead. Seeing Qin Feng drink the wine, Lin Bei stopped hesitating. She was quite curious as to how such an expensive wine tasted, and she also took a small sip. Just as the wine entered his mouth, Qin Feng frowned and spat out the red wine. He used his hand to wipe his mouth and threw away the 82 Lafite, cursing, "Fudge, it tastes disgusting." It must be fake. Lin Bei Bei also frowned. This was the first time she had drank wine before, and she couldn't appreciate this rich wine. She felt it was acerbic and sour, and didn't taste as good as a $3 soft drink. I think so too. It doesn't taste very nice, Lin Bei Bei mumbled. She was surprised such a bad-tasting wine would be sold for so much. Lin Bei Bei simply couldn't understand what those rich people were thinking. Tai Meng was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the 82 laffit that had spilled all over the ground, he felt as if it was his blood that had been spilled on the ground. He had never had the chance to drink such expensive wine before, and now, he had been tricked into buying one then weighing it go to waste. He simply couldn't hold back his anger anymore and his face completely twisted. He pointed at Qin Feng as he roared, "Fake wine? You're a goddamn country bumpkin. This is the Acropolis City's best 5-star hotel, and all of its patrons are extremely rich and powerful. You think the boss here would be stupid enough to sell fake wine? You're goddamn dead." Tai Meng pulled out his phone, seeming like he was going to call people over to fight. The beautiful attendant saw all of this and maintained a calm expression as she reminded, "Sir, this is the Royal Hotel, please dine in a civilized manner. Otherwise, I'll have to call the security." Normally, it didn't matter how much of a ruckus the guests made in the private rooms. However, the young Master Qin was here, so she couldn't allow this person to behave too atrociously. Tai Meng savagely glared at the attendant, but couldn't say anything. The Royal Hotel was simply too powerful, and wasn't an entity that a little thug like Tai Meng could take on. He furiously sat down and secretly started to send a text to order people to come over. Since he couldn't make a ruckus in the Royal Hotel, he would arrange for people to wait outside. He didn't believe that this brat could hide in here forever. "That's right, Baldy, what are you getting so angry about? It's just a bottle of wine, right? If I had the opportunity to treat Bei Bei to a meal, I wouldn't mind how much money I spend," Qin Feng said without changing his expression. Tai Meng was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "It's not like we're spending your money, of course it doesn't hurt for you." However, since they had already come so far, he still needed to maintain his act. He withdrew the hostility he was emitting as he smiled, saying, "It's just a bit of money, what is there to be angry about? I'm just angry that you, brat, are so unknowledgeable and spouted such nonsense. Could it be that you're saying I'd treat Beauty Lin to fake wine?" Qin Feng laughed, but didn't say anything. Naturally, he had been acting as well. He had begun tasting wines since he was 6, and had tried nearly all of the best wines under the heavens. This was a laffit that the Royal Hotel had imported from a French vineyard, and he had personally identified it, so he was sure it was real. "Baldy, this is the first time I've met such a generous person before. In that case, I won't hold back anymore." Qin Feng smiled as he made a loud click with his fingers, and the beautiful attendant quickly came to his side. "I heard that the Royal Hotel invited the Caesar band from France. Call them over to play something for us. Just eating isn't very fun, so we should find something interesting while we dine. Baldy, I'm sure you wouldn't mind spending a bit more money, right?" Qin Feng said as he smiled at Tai Meng. When Tai Meng had organized the leader's birthday dinner, they had eaten here, so he knew just how expensive the band was. A single piece required thousands of dollars as a tip. Just as he was about to refuse, Qin Feng looked towards Lin Bei Bei and said, "Bei Bei, you must also like the romantic atmosphere of eating while listening to live music, right?" Lin Bei Bei was a smart girl, and could easily tell that Qin Feng was trying to defraud Tai Meng. As such, she cooperated with Qin Feng and nodded, shyly saying, "Of course, having a band play is good. However, since it's someone else paying, I don't want to force it on them." This was the only thing Lin Bei Bei had asked for this entire meal, so Tai Meng wiped the cold sweat on his head, gritting his teeth as he said, "Go and bring the cheetah band to play something for us." "It's the Caesar band." The beautiful attendant rolled her eyes at Tai Meng as she left to invite them over. Not long after, the band came over. They were a row of blue-eyed, big-breasted, foreign beauties. The gentle and moving melody filled the room. Caught in the atmosphere, Qin Feng began to gently sing in French. The melody was beautiful, and Qin Feng's voice was magnetic and irresistible. Very soon, Lin Bei Bei became enchanted by the music. She gently looked at Qin Feng. Not only his appearance, but his background and personality were all so charming. With such a flawless exterior, no wonder he was so loose and hedonistic and called the seducer sage. Even the pure Lin Bei wanted to throw herself into Qin Feng's embrace and follow him for the rest of her life. The song ended and even the beautiful band members couldn't help but clap for Qin Feng. Even some of the French beauties began to look at him flirtatiously. Tai Meng felt like vomiting blood. He was spending money while Qin Feng was flirting with women and stealing hearts. Did he think Tai Meng had more money than sense? If they weren't in the Royal Hotel, Tai Meng felt like jumping up and killing Qin Feng in that instant. The band continued to perform, but Tai Meng didn't have any appetite at all. Conversely, he felt quite uncomfortable. After Qin Feng had sung, Lin Bei's heart had been melted and became much more active. She laughed as she ate with him, and would sometimes make some romantic gestures. Tai Meng had become a complete third wheel. After their 2-hour meal, Lin Bei's entire person had been melted by Qin Feng. This was the most romantic and luxurious meal she had ever had, and her impression towards Qin Feng greatly improved. "Ha ha! I think we've eaten enough, we should go now." Tai Meng was desperate to leave. He stood up, looking like he was immediately going to go. When they left the Royal Hotel, he would break Qin Feng's legs. "Baldy, are you really going to go?" Qin Feng was also full, and slowly stood up as he clapped his hands together. Suddenly, a group of men in security uniforms rushed into the VIP room. As soon as they entered, they surrounded Tai Meng and pressed him to the ground. Before Tai Meng could even react, the security officer who took the lead came before Qin Feng and respectfully spoke, "Young Master Qin, the offender has been subdued." "Very good. This person forcefully demolished homes and had ill intentions towards my friend. He caused a ruckus in the Royal Hotel and personally admitted to committing murder. Take him to the police office and have them deal with him." Holy fudge! Tai Meng was shocked stiff. Young Master Qin. This guy was indeed acting in a commanding manner. After a long time, he finally realized what was happening. His eyes shone and a terrified expression appeared on his face as he stared dumbly at Qin Feng, saying, "Waiyi Qin Feng, Qin Huang's son? I didn't kill anyone. I was just joking around with you, please don't take it seriously. Actually, I have the heart of a Buddha, I've never even killed an ant before." Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The difference between free-to-play players and pay-to-win players. After being taken down by the security officers, Tai Meng was escorted out of the private room. Before he left, Qin Feng made him pay for the bill. After all, this was his dad's property, and he couldn't allow it to make a loss. As for the delicious dishes that hadn't been touched, Qin Feng gave them to the beautiful attendant to share it with other attendants for lunch. Only now did Lin Bei find out that the Acropolis city's most luxurious hotel, the Royal Hotel, belonged to Qin Feng's family. Lin Bei couldn't help but want to laugh after thinking about all the boasting Tai Meng had done. After eating their fill, Qin Feng arranged for someone to drive Lin Bei back to the university. He returned to room 665, and soon, Zhong Biao hurried over. During the course of this lunch, Qin Feng had obtained an important piece of information. Ma Dielong had mobilized the entire Flying Dragon gang to hunt him down, so he naturally had to retaliate. "Young Master Qin, what orders do you have?" Zhong Biao respectfully asked. Qin Feng pointed at the sofa opposite him, indicating for Zhong Biao to sit down. A look of delight flashed in Zhong Biao's eyes and he carefully sat down opposite Qin Feng. "Ah Biao, I feel that Acropolis City's underground is full of fish and dragons mixed together. Do you think we should unite them?" Qin Feng casually said as he played with an ancient jade in his hand. After hearing from Tai Meng that Ma Dielong was trying to hunt him down all over the entire city, he realized how powerful the mastermind was. He didn't mind killing Ma De who in order to frame Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been passive this whole time, being attacked by others. This feeling was quite uncomfortable, so he decided to take the initiative and shake the city up. Zhong Biao sat up straight and was so excited that he almost jumped up. He fully understood Qin Feng's meaning. He wanted to conquer the Acropolis City's underground powers, and had called him over to put him in charge of this. Thinking to the possibility that he could one day be the biggest gang leader in the Acropolis City and unify the Acropolis City's underworld, Zhong Biao was incredibly excited. Zhong Biao immediately voiced his assent. Young Master Qin, if there's anything Zhong Biao can do, I'm willing to walk up mountains of knives and go down into pans of oil for you. Very good, I hope you won't disappoint me. This time, I don't want to directly clash with them, let's win by using our heads. Qin Feng then told Zhong Biao about how the Flying Dragon Gang was hunting for him all over the Acropolis City, causing Zhong Biao to become incredibly furious. He demanded to immediately take people to take down Ma Da Long. Qin Feng stopped Zhong Biao, and after waiting for him to settle down, he continued to speak, we need to use our brains, and can't be rash. In 2 days, I'll get people to spread information that I've been scared by Ma Da Long. When that time comes, I want you to contact the Wild Wolf Gang's leader, Wang Qiong, and tell him that I want to help him get rid of the Flying Dragon Gang and help him become the Acropolis City's biggest gang leader. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, you bring your people and unify the underworld. Any questions? Zhong Biao's eyes lit up, and he felt respect for Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. This plan of preying on the predator was simply flawless. Who said he was a hedonistic young master who only knew how to seduce women? Zhong Biao would execute all of them. Excellent, what an excellent plan. If I can't conquer the Acropolis City's underworld, I'll piss off out of the Acropolis City. Zhong Biao stood up and gripped his fists as he made this promise. After finalizing the plan and working out the details, Zhong Biao left to make preparations. Qin Feng comfortably reclined against the large sofa and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. He now had 300 Hedonist points and wanted to see if there was anything worth buying. After having a look, Qin Feng's emotions plummeted. The things he was interested in costed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Hedonist points, and were simply too expensive for him. On the other hand, the things that he could buy were all completely useless. Suddenly the little pig's waxy voice sounded out, giving him suggestions. Master, according to this little pig's analysis, there are 2 courses of action you can take. Firstly, you can save up the Hedonist points you have now and do your best to do quests. When you have 1,000 Hedonist points, you can buy elementary sword skills. Combined with the True Steel Sword, Master's strength will be able to greatly increase. Alternatively, Master can spend 300 Hedonist points to buy a rank 1 speed potion and a rank 2 speed potion, increasing your speed. Elementary sword skills? It sounds quite ordinary. Why is it so expensive? Qin Feng complained as he made a wry face. You think it's ordinary? The elementary sword skills includes all basics to mastering the sword. Similar to the Thunder Tiger Fists, once you learn it, you will have learned the sword arts that normal people would take 10 years of hard training to learn. Gathering qi and refining qi are all included, do you understand? The little pig ferociously glared at Qin Feng, looking at him impatiently. Qin Feng frowned. Indeed, he was too unknowledgeable. This sort of sword skill was indeed powerful. It even related to gathering qi and refining qi. Could this be the inner qi of the legends? However, looking at the number of Hedonist points he had, then looking at the Hedonist points required to buy the elementary sword skills, Qin Feng deeply sighed. Thinking to the masked person in the abandoned factory, Qin Feng felt quite scared. That person was simply too fast, and if they wanted to kill him, it would be incredibly easy. He had to quickly raise his strength. Otherwise, it was likely that he would die before he could even save up 1,000 Hedonist points. Forget it, I'll buy the speed potions first. Before making his decision, he looked to the little pig as he asked, why can't I spend 300 Hedonist points to buy a rank 3 strength potion? According to the determinations by Earth's ancient external experts, there are 9 stages in total. After breaking through the first layer of one's body's limit, they will have stepped into stage 1. After breaking through the second layer of their body's limit, they will have stepped into stage 2, and so on. A stage 1 expert has 2 times a normal person's strength, a stage 2 expert has 3 times a normal person's strength, a stage 3 expert has 4 times a normal person's strength, so if Master continues to break through his limit, you will naturally become stronger. The reason I suggested for Master to buy the strength potions before was because you were still far away from breaking through the first layer of your body's limit, and couldn't fully release the power of the Thunder Tiger Fists. As such, we used the strength potions to raise your strength in advance. So it's like that. Qin Feng seemed to understand, but didn't fully understand what the little pig was saying. He continued to ask, in that case, wouldn't my speed increase as I break through? Qin Feng was wondering that if his speed also increased, wouldn't it be unnecessary to buy the speed potions? It will, but it's not like the increase in strength. For speed, you can increase it without any limits. For example, right now, you're at stage 1, so your body can only withstand 3 times a normal person's strength. If you try to accumulate even more, your body will explode. However, speed is different, there's almost no limit for it. After the little pig's patient explanation, Qin Feng realized that most martial artists could only increase their speed and strength by breaking through their limits. However, he could drink speed potions, and could increase his speed without being limited. Similarly, with the Thunder Tiger Fists, he could release even more strength than a person at the same stage. This was the difference between free-to-play players and pay-to-win players. This was the first time Qin Feng had felt that the Hedonist sovereign system was quite humanistic. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Coincidentally Meeting an Acquaintance. Qin Feng spent 300 Hedonist points and bought a rank 1 speed potion and rank 2 speed potion. After drinking down the 2 potions, they were quickly absorbed by his body. He then opened his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External technique stage, stage 1. HP, 1 times a normal person's lifespan, stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Strength, 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed, 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Agility, 1 times a normal person's reaction speed. Inner technique stage, none. Qi refining stage, none. Qin Feng felt very pleased as he looked through his stats. After obtaining this system for half a month, he had turned from a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken into an expert whose stats surpassed a normal human's greatly. He believed that this was only the beginning. Master, you've spent a total of 700 hedonist points now. If you spend another 300 points, you can level up into a rank 4 hedonist mortal and will receive another 3 lottery chances. Master, work hard and earn more hedonist points. Hearing that he could soon obtain more lottery chances, Qin Feng felt quite excited. He had previously drawn the Thunder Tiger Fists and True Steel Sword. Maybe this time he would be able to obtain something even more heaven-defying. Not too long after he finished absorbing the 2 speed potions, Uncle Fu walked over and handed some freshly printed documents to Qin Feng, saying, "Young master, this is all of the information on the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, Chao Yang. It's enough for him to eat prison food for the rest of his life." Qin Feng had arranged for Uncle Fu to take care of the demolishing compensation long ago. Not only did it concern a quest, but also holes in the management of the royal group, so Qin Feng wouldn't let it go easily. After casually looking through the documents, he inwardly rejoiced. Completing this quest would bring him yet another 100 hedonist points. He desperately craved for the elementary sword skills, as well as the 300 hedonist points to spend to become a rank 4 hedonist mortal. That way, he would have another 3 lottery chances. As such, he had to think of how to do as many quests as possible. Qin Feng asked Uncle Fu to send those documents to the police station, then came to the main hall of the Royal Hotel. Since he was free, he decided to find Bai Qing to talk and see if he could gain any information. In the empty hall, Bai Qing was wearing a professional-looking skirt with black stockings. Although only a small portion of her legs were revealed, she still looked quite alluring. She was 25 years old this year, and was 175 centimeters tall. When she stood with the other beautiful attendants, she still looked like a crane among chicken. On her round, white face were a pair of pleasant-looking, long eyebrows. There was a hint of iciness in her beautiful eyes, and her body was quite curvy. Her entire body emanated an air of pride. Her eyes were staring into the distance, seeming to space out. What a cold and arrogant-looking older sister type. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If she wasn't secretly working against the Qin family, he would have taken her to bed long ago. Manager Bai, what are you doing spacing out here? Qin Feng came over to Bai Qing and gave a handsome smile. Welcome, young Master Qin. As soon as the row of beautiful attendants saw Qin Feng, they all hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Bai Qing also quickly returned to her senses. When she saw Qin Feng, a look of disdain flashed in her eyes before she gave a beautiful smile, softly hitting Qin Feng's chest as she coyly said, I was thinking of young Master Qin and spaced out. Young Master Qin, you need to take responsibility. Her cold and imposing aura was completely gone. If he didn't know about Bai Qing, he wouldn't have thought anything. However, with this knowledge, seeing her flirt with him, he couldn't help but feel amazed. She was even better at acting than him. Of course I'll take responsibility. This young master will naturally take responsibility for a peerless beauty like Miss Bai. Qin Feng didn't show any weakness, and acted like his hedonistic self as he smiled lewdly while looking at her twin peaks. Bai Qing covered her mouth as she laughed, and a cold look flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. How is young Master Qin going to take responsibility? Hee. Let's go, this young master is going to take you shopping, and we'll have a candlelit dinner at night. Finally, we'll go to the royal clubhouse and hire a room, and, hey, you know. Qin Feng gave an evil smile as he lifted up her chin with his index finger. Bai Qing hurriedly swatted Qin Feng's hand away and she laughed while she scolded, Ayo, there are too many people here. Young Master Qin, let's talk outside. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the other beautiful attendants, the two of them left the royal hotel. They all wished that they were the one Qin Feng took a fancy to. If that happened, they would be able to rise up like a phoenix. The royal clubhouse, royal hotel and royal jewelers were the royal group's three main assets. Currently, Qin Feng was taking Bai Qing to the royal jeweler's main store. He believed that just as women were irresistible to men, jewelry was irresistible to women. In this room filled with gold, silver and other treasures, he didn't believe Bai Qing could keep her rationality and not make any mistakes. Young Master Qin, you finally have time to come over. As soon as Qin Feng entered, the beautiful manageress Rao Xueqing smiled as she hurried over. Haha, I'm here to pick out some jewelry for this beauty. Qin Feng laughed as he put his hedonistic side on show. Manager Rao, pick out some of the best upper-market jewelry for us to have a look. Rao Xueqing furtively stole a few glances at Bai Qing. Women were by nature jealous creatures. It could be said that it was a great fortune for many women to be fancied by Qin Feng, and they would obtain immeasurable glory and wealth. Who wouldn't want such a life? However, after comparing herself to Bai Qing, Rao Xueqing could only pout and inwardly complain as she went to pick out some jewelry. Qin Feng and Bai Qing found a place to sit. At this moment, a young, devilish woman wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes walked in on the arm of a young man in a western suit. Darling, you promised that you would buy me a big, sparkling, beautiful diamond necklace today. You won't break your promise, right? The woman spoke in a sickly sweet voice, causing many people to look over. Qin Feng's body trembled and almost felt like vomiting. Darling, this royal jeweler is the biggest jewelry store in the Acropolis city. They have a good reputation and have promised that they will never sell fakes. I heard that they just received some diamond necklaces from the French designer, Victoire de Castellane. I really want one, okay? As she spoke, the woman pouted and twisted her hips, trying to act cute. Qin Feng scraped his tortured ears. He was just about to stand up and kick this woman out when, unexpectedly, the woman suddenly stopped acting cute and looked in his direction in shock. Bai Qing. Seeing Bai Qing, the woman's face was filled with surprise. Bai Qing looked at the other person for a while before hesitantly and curiously replying, Zhu Dianyo? Hearing this name, Qin Feng's mouth violently cheat. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. A woman who deserved a spanking. The woman who had been acting cute skipped over to Bai Qing and said in surprise, Bai Qing, it really is you. Aya. I've already changed my name to Angel, as in the beautiful winged beings in heaven. Don't you think it really suits my personality? After confirming that the other person was Zhu Dianyo, Bai Qing also revealed a surprised smile. This was her old classmate from year 12 and they hadn't met in over 4 years. To suddenly see an old classmate from high school within a sea of unfamiliar faces, they were naturally happy to see each other. Bai Qing, are you shopping while taking a break from your job? After exchanging a few greetings, Zhu Dianyo looked up and down Bai Qing. Seeing her uniform and the name badge on her chest, she didn't try to conceal the scorn in her tone. She covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. Haha, I should tell you that this jeweler is very expensive. Even if you like anything here, you won't be able to afford it. As she spoke, she turned around and waved to the man in the suit, sweetly saying, Darling, come over. I'll introduce you to my classmate from high school. Of course, she wasn't introducing Bai Qing, but blatantly showing off in front of her. The man in the suit smiled as he walked over. When he was close enough to see Bai Qing's beautiful appearance, his body slightly trembled and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. However, he was able to calm his expression almost immediately. He stretched out his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chao Yang, the general manager of Eternal Abundance Real Estate. Chao Yang was quite eager to be able to hold Bai Qing's white and delicate hand. Ayo, I already said she's my old classmate. You don't need to be so formal. Before Bai Qing could shake his hand, Zhu Dianyo stepped in between them. She condescendingly looked at Bai Qing as she said, Darling, my pretty classmate was the dux of our Acropolis City's graduation exam. Back then, she was extremely popular at school. However, as the saying goes, it's better for a woman to marry well than to score well, right, darling? It's better for a woman to marry well than to score well. This phrase stabbed into Bai Qing's heart like a poisonous thorn. Her face darkened and her eyes dimmed, as painful memories came flooding back. In high school, Bai Qing's results were all excellent, and it seemed as if going to the best university, finding a good job and marrying a good man were all guaranteed. However, the night she received her results for her graduation exams, something had happened which completely changed the course of her life. Because of that, she had given up on going to university and started out as an attendant at the hotel. She had climbed up step by step until she had become a manager at the Royal Hotel. However, this was just the beginning of her revenge. Miss Zhu Dianyo, Mr. Chao Ying, hello. I'm Bai Qing's friend, Ah Feng. Qin Feng had been weighing from the side and saw that Zhu Dianyo had come over to show off and belittle Bai Qing. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhu Dianyo's boyfriend introduce himself. Ayo, who is this? So annoying. I already said my name is Angel, it means princess. Don't call me other names, alright? Zhu Dianyo hatefully glared at Qin Feng, then arrogantly said, Hey, you're Bai Qing's boyfriend? You look pretty ordinary and don't seem very rich. You must be a playboy leeching off Bai Qing, right? Who would have thought, Bai Qing, you're actually a cougar. Zhu Dianyo's looks were alright and she seemed like the petite type. However, she was loudmouthed and showed no restraint when talking, which gave off an aura of arrogance. She had lived in the same dormitory as Bai Qing for her 3 years in high school. Her grades weren't as good as Bai Qing's and she didn't look as good as her either. The bit of light she had was completely dwarfed by Bai Qing's and she resented her from the bottom of her heart. Now, seeing the difference between them, she felt incredibly pleased and wanted to savagely show off. Miss Bai Qing, if you're not happy with your company, we would welcome you at the Eternal Abundance Real Estate anytime. With a single word from me, I can guarantee you'll make twice as much as you are making now. Chao Yang acted as if he didn't even see Qin Feng and completely ignored his self-introduction. His gaze lingered on Bai Qing's body and didn't shift at all. He even began to subtly seduce her. These sorts of exquisite beauties were rare, even in the Acropolis city. Chao Yang had almost had his soul stolen. Zhu Dianyo's face darkened in anger when she saw the light in her boyfriend's eyes, which were fixed on Bai Qing. Ayo, how could an arrogant person like Bai Qing accept a handout from someone else? Darling, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, we might be misunderstood to be looking down on her like giving out handouts to a beggar. Bai Qing's face slightly paled. Before, she had been quite happy to see an old classmate, but she had not expected her to become such an unpleasant person. She was about to ask Qin Feng if they could leave, but saw that he was walking towards Chao Yang with a look of shock on his face. "Ho, isn't this the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager? I heard that the Eternal Abundance Real Estate belongs to the royal group." So incredible. Qin Feng's flattery caused Bai Qing to deeply frown. Not many people knew about the Eternal Abundance Real Estate, but there was no one who didn't know the royal group. After all, its director was Qin Huang, the richest man in the Acropolis city. And now, his only son, Qin Feng, was standing right next to her. Bai Qing couldn't help but smile at the irony. Zhu Dianyo felt quite pleased when she saw Qin Feng's shock and was so proud that she almost started flying. She looked at Qin Feng disdainfully and said, "It's not that I'm boasting, but my darling is quite important in the Eternal Abundance Real Estate. There are nearly 1,000 employees managed by him and their employment is governed by him. Ari, for a lower-class person like you, I'm sure you wouldn't understand. Just forget what I was saying." Ahem. Qin Feng coldly smiled and replied, "He's just the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, but has so much authority. You've got to be boasting, right?" "Boasting? Fudge, do you think I'd goddamn boaster?" Zhu Dianyo became enraged. The petite woman suddenly became like a ferocious tiger. It seemed that her cute and adorable personality was just for show. Even Qin Feng felt tired by imagining all of the pretending she did. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. Lower-class people like you are destined to be poor forever and will never rise up from the bottom of society. Darling, let's go and pick some jewelry. Let's not waste time on these people." Lower-class people? This was the first time that Bai Qing had heard someone call Qin Feng a lower-class person. She suddenly felt that this situation was becoming more and more interesting. What Angel said is true, but being at the top of the company is just a very slight effort. Chao Yang didn't react as extremely as Zhu Dianyo. He handed Bai Qing a card as he smiled and said, "This is my business card. If Miss Bai Qing needs anything, just let me know. I'll be free anytime." The two of them then turned and walked towards the counter. Before they could walk too far, Oreo Xueqing came back with a fancy-looking box and a big smile, trying to curry favor. "Young Master Qin, sorry for the wait. This is the newest necklace that has just come in yesterday. Please have a look if it's good enough for your tastes," she offered. Before Qin Feng had even spoken, Zhu Dianyo, who hadn't walked too far away, cried out as she covered her mouth and ran over. Her eyes were fixed upon the sparkling necklace in the box and she looked uncontainably excited. "Darling, look, this is the one I was telling you about. It's the newest 5-carat diamond necklace designed by Victor de Castellane. It's made so delicately and looks so beautiful. You said you would buy me one, so you have to buy it for me." Oreo Xueqing looked at Zhu Dianyo in condescension, wondering where this weirdo, who seemed to have never seen jewelry before, had come from. She was screaming like she had orgasmed, but since Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Oreo Xueqing didn't say anything either. Chao Yang elegantly walked over. When he saw the price tag on the box, his heart thumped. This diamond necklace costed $890,000. He looked at the light shone in by Qing's eyes and made a decision. It seemed that this woman was the same and could be won over by money. Spending a few $100,000 to get a woman like this in bed would be worth it. "This necklace is quite good and if darling wants it, I'll buy it for you. I never look at the price when buying things for my woman." Chao Yang looked at Bai Qing when he said this. He was sure that Bai Qing would be able to understand the hidden meaning in his words. Qin Feng ignored Chao Yang's words and his gaze fell on Bai Qing's jade-white neck. If she wore this necklace, it would be incredibly compatible. "Qing, do you like it?" "If you like it, I'll buy it for you," Qin Feng softly said. Bai Qing felt quite surprised, but quickly calmed herself down. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression before finally shaking her head, saying, "I'm a bit tired, let's go back." "If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich young master. Leaving? You're just finding excuses." Zhu Dianyo was certain that Qin Feng couldn't afford such an expensive necklace and her tone became incredibly mocking. "Miss, Reserve this necklace for me. And also, you shouldn't allow anyone to just waltz into this store. If an expensive piece of jewelry goes missing, your salaries won't be enough to cover it. When she saw Zhu Dianyo's incredibly arrogant manner, Rao Xueqing felt like whipping her. She glared at Zhu Dianyo as she replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but we won't sell this necklace to you. I'm planning on gifting it to this miss over here, because it would look 10 times better on her than on you." "What did you say?" Zhu Dianyo was completely dumbfounded. She thought that there was something wrong with her ears and she stared at Rao Xueqing with wide eyes full of shock. After a few moments, she started to shrilly yell, "Fudge, what did you say, you loose woman? I'm a goddamn VIP here and I want you to kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'll call your general manager and have you pay the price for your actions." Zhu Dianyo seemed like a fishwife cursing in the streets and soon, she attracted every customer's attention. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Mysterious Hatred. Rao Xueqing was furious. She coldly laughed as she stretched out her hand and slapped Zhu Dianyo's face, thinking to herself, "Ring them if you want. Your granny here won't be afraid even if you report me to the royal group's director. I'll have you know your granny follows young Master Qin." A crisp sound rang out and Zhu Dianyo stood frozen, with a look of disbelief on her face. "You dare to hit me?" As she came back to her senses a while later, she dove into Chao Yang's embrace and wailed, "Darling, that stinking woman dared to hit me. Quickly call some of your brothers to violate this slut." When she heard this, Rao Xueqing felt like spitting out blood and slapping this woman a few more times. However, she was stopped by Qin Feng. He walked over to Chao Yang, revealing a faint smile as he said, "General Manager Chao Yang, I'll apologize for this lady if that's all right." Chao Yang had felt annoyed by Qin Feng's presence for a while now. Bai Qing being with him was like a flower being stuck in a pile of dung. He gave him a contemptuous sideways glance as he replied, "Neat. If you want to apologize, you have to do as my darling said, by kneeling on the gru dash." Before he could finish his sentence, a slap made his face bloom like a flower. The strength that the slap contained directly sent him flying. "This is this young master's apology. Is it to your pleasing? Just you wait." Chao Yang was dazed by Qin Feng's slap and was now completely furious. He quickly took out his phone, preparing to call his lackeys to make Qin Feng a cripple. At this moment, a group of uniformed security officers ran over to Qin Feng, respectfully asking, "Young Master Qin, would you like us to throw out these pair of dogs?" "Young Master Qin." The hand that Chao Yang was using to dial a number froze. Just then, he had been so furious that he had not been thinking clearly. Now that he had calmed down, looked at Qin Feng closely and searched through his memories, his entire body became petrified and his jaw almost fell to the ground. The royal jeweler's security officers treated him so respectfully and the female manager had wanted to gift him a necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Young Master Qin, apart from Qin Huang's son, Qin Feng, who else could it be? "Why you Qin Feng? Young Master Qin." Qin Feng's name was like a thunderclap. Although Chao Yang had never met him in person, he quickly ran in front of him. "You know me?" "Ah, to be recognized by the general manager of the Eternal Abundance Real Estate is my honor," Qin Feng sarcastically said as a cold smile flashed on his face. He couldn't help but marvel at his luck. In just a single day, he had met 2 people who had been acting incredibly cocky. "Darling, hurry up and call your people. I want to kill these dogs personally." After being slapped, Zhu Dianyo was mad with fury and didn't notice how the atmosphere had completely changed. She was still pointing at Qin Feng and the others and furiously cursing. However, very soon, she was given a big slap by Chao Yang. "Stop goddamn babbling, you slut. Open your dog eyes and look who that is. It's the Acropolis City's biggest young Master Qin. Hurry up and apologize. You're just begging to be slapped." After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Chao Yang was so scared that he began to break out in cold sweat. When he thought to how cocky and condescendingly he had been acting, he wanted to run into a wall and die. Chao Yang released all of his unhappiness on Zhu Dianyo, only stopping after giving her multiple slaps. Zhu Dianyo was completely dumbfounded. How could a shallow and pretentious woman like her not have heard of Qin Feng before? Before hooking in Chaoyang, she had investigated Qin Feng, wanting to be his mistress. However, after comparing the women that Qin Feng had been with to herself, she completely gave up on that. And now, Qin Feng was right in front of her. Although she had been slapped quite a few times in front of everyone else, Zhu Dianyo put on a big smile as she bent at her waist and said, "Aya, so it's young Master Qin. Looks like the water has rushed into the Dragon King's temple, haha. A great person should show great magnanimity, please don't hold it against lowly people like us. I deserve death for angering you, I'll slap myself to death." Without Qin Feng needing to do anything, Zhu Dianyo began to continuously slap herself. When she saw her swollen face, a look of worry flashed on Bai Qing's face. After all, they were high school classmates and she didn't want to see things like this. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm, softly saying, "Young Master Qin, please let this go. It's not that big of a deal." Qin Feng was preparing to ignore Zhu Dianyo, but this woman had started slapping herself, so he didn't really care. He waved his hand, saying, "All right, that's enough. Both of you piss off, you're an eyesore." Chaoyang was finally able to relieve the large weight in his heart. He bowed to Qin Feng and ran out of the jeweler's as if he was running for his life. He didn't even bother to look at Zhu Dianyo. He decided that from today onwards, he would cut off ties with her. Having a woman like her by his side would only bring him disaster. When the two of them left, the people who had been spectating all gradually walked off as well. Qin Feng didn't take any of this to heart and picked up the necklace worth $890,000. He smiled as he looked at Bai Qing and said, "Beauty Bai Qing, let me put this on for you." Bai Qing felt a bit shocked when she saw Qin Feng's handsome smile. Before she could refuse, Qin Feng had already come over and carefully put it on for her. A faint masculine scent wafted into her nose, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes became cold. Even the atmosphere around her cooled down. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, resolve Bai Qing's hatred towards the host. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points, failing will deduct 1,000 Hedonist points from the host. Resolve Bai Qing's hatred towards him? Qin Feng frowned. There didn't seem to be any conflict between Bai Qing and himself, so why would this woman hate him? Could she be secretly helping someone deal with Qin Feng because she hated him? A wave of questions came flooding into his head, but he simply couldn't understand what was going on. He stabilized his emotions and gave a calm smile as he said to Bai Qing, "So pretty. I'm sure that no one else would be able to display the same beauty with this necklace. Haha, young Master Qin, I'm sure you've said this to every girl you've slept with before, right?" Bai Qing coldly laughed as she walked out of the jeweler's with a darkened face. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward and chased after her. Bai Qing wasn't in the mood to continue shopping, so Qin Feng drove her back to the hotel. They spent the entire trip in silence. After returning to the royal hotel, Bai Qing didn't see Qin Feng. She returned to her position and took off the necklace. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Visiting the Zhao family. Qin Feng returned to room 666. After that ordeal, he had still received some clues. He now knew that Bai Qing hated him for some reason. As long as he found that reason, he could resolve her hatred towards him. Perhaps, after he gained her favorability, she would tell him who was behind all of this. At night and under strict orders from Qin Huang, Qin Feng came with him to the Zhao family's villa to apologize about the matter of rescinding the marriage. Zhao Lingxian's father was called Zhao Dihai and was one of the top businessmen in the Acropolis city. His high medical group almost monopolized the Acropolis city's medical industry. 20 years ago, when Qin Huang had arrived at the Acropolis city, he had become acquainted with Zhao Dihai. He had received much help from Zhao Dihai and with his own business mind, he walked step by step to where he was today. The two of them were not related by blood, but were closer than brothers. "Brother Huang, Feng'er, you've come. Hurry and come in." Just as Qin Feng and his father arrived outside the villa, the chubby Zhao Dihai came over. He knew that Qin Huang was coming tonight, so he had been waiting outside for them. Brother Hai, you actually waited outside for us. Do you want to make your brother Huang feel guilty forever? Qin Huang felt incredibly guilty about the rescission of the marriage. However, Qin Feng was simply too loose and sensualistic. Perhaps rescinding the marriage was a good thing for Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Dai had an appearance that seemed to be blessed by the heavens. He smiled like a Buddha as he said, Brother Huang is older and is my senior, so I should be waiting to welcome you. As for the matter regarding Feng'er and Lingxian, that's in the past now. Brother Huang, you don't need to feel bad about it, this won't affect our friendship of 20 years in the slightest. No, of course not. They laughed as they spoke and walked into the main hall. Qin Huang and Zhao Dai started to talk about business, politics, and the economy, which made Qin Feng want to fall asleep. Qin Feng felt bored, so he took a stroll through the large villa. Thinking to the quest regarding Zhao Lingxian's favorability towards him, he decided to go and talk to her to restore their relationship. Her door wasn't locked, so he gently opened it and walked in. It was as if he had walked into a small palace. The large room was covered with pink wallpaper and had European-style decorations on the ceiling. There was a large, pristine, princess-style bed with white muslin around it and a yellow SpongeBob blanket covering it. The blanket was slightly raised, telling Qin Feng that its owner had just left the bed. There was no one in the room, so Qin Feng sat down at the desk. An opened diary greeted his eyes. 6-1, clear. Today was bright and sunny, but my emotions felt like wind and rain. That accursed, loose young master rescinded his marriage with me in front of everyone in the class. I felt like killing him on the spot. Although I didn't really want the marriage and would have been delirious with joy for its cancellation, I was devastated to be thrown away like that. Doesn't that bastard know that a woman's reputation is important to her? Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to be killed by a car, 100 times. 6/7, cloudy. Today that idiotic young master went crazy and publicly announced he was going to chase Lin Bei. Who knows what he's thinking? I thought that I would ignore him after the incident about the marriage, but I couldn't help but be affected by that. What's going on with me? Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to die from choking on water, 100 times. 6/9, clear. Tonight at the cocktail party, Qin Feng tried to be nice to me and played a nice piano piece. Did he forget to take his medicine? What was he doing before? I hate him to death. However, the current Qin Feng seems to be different and has changed a lot. Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to die by being struck by lightning, 100 times. Qin Feng didn't dare to continue reading. This was Zhao Lingxian's diary, and just by casually reading through a few pages, he had died 300 times already. He hurriedly closed the diary and was about to escape from this room of death when suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened. A beautiful woman with a wonderful body walked out. Her hair was still damp and there were still a few water droplets on her snow-white skin. The key thing was that she wasn't wearing anything. You perverted bastard, how did you get in here? What are you trying to do? If you dare to continue looking, your granny will gouge out your eyeballs and trample on them. Zhao Lingxian had just taken a shower and was drying her hair with a towel, while waiting for her body to completely dry before putting on her clothes. However, when she was halfway through doing this, she suddenly froze. The man who she cursed to die 100 times every night was now standing right in front of her. His eyes were green as he ogled her body, which made her want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Feng gulped down his saliva as he hurriedly turned around. However, the image of Zhao Lingxian's curvy body remained in his mind. Her skin was snow-white and held a faint hint of rosiness after the shower, which made it appear sleek and taut. Her long legs didn't have a bit of fat on them and were slim and straight. Her chest was also surprisingly large and he hadn't actually noticed this before. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt slightly regretful that he had cancelled their marriage. This was no less than expected from the Acropolis University's art department's #1 beauty. She completely deserved this title. What are you still standing there for? Piss off already. Zhao Lingxian hurriedly covered her body with a towel and gnashed her teeth at Qin Feng's back. This was the first time a man had seen her body, And it was Qin Feng, that beast. As she thought about it, her eyes grew misty. After suppressing the fire in his heart, Qin Feng hurriedly ran downstairs. His father and Uncle Zhao were still heartily chatting, unaware of what had happened upstairs. Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself that even if he violated Zhao Lingxian, they probably wouldn't have realized. After sitting downstairs and feeling bored, he heard footsteps on the stairs. Looking up, he saw that Zhao Lingxian had changed into a white dress and was elegantly walking down. Her calves could be seen, which caused Qin Feng to think of that shocking scene from before. Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng's shining eyes as she gnashed her teeth and glared at him, then sat down next to Zhao Diehai. She angrily asked, "Dad, why did you let Qin Feng come to our house?" If the Acropolis University's males saw Zhao Lingxian acting in such a coquettish way, they would probably scrar out their own eyeballs. Was this really that cold, aloof, glacier goddess? Seeing that his daughter had come downstairs, Zhao Diehai lovingly stroked her head before saying seriously, "This girl really doesn't know how to speak. Haven't you seen that your Uncle Huang is here? And you didn't even greet him." Although she was extremely unhappy towards Qin Feng, Uncle Qin Huang had always been very good to her and treated her as if she was his own daughter. She immediately looked over and greeted him, "Uncle Huang, you've come." Qin Huang also patted Zhao Lingxian's head, smiling as he said, "What's wrong, Lingxian? You look so angry. Did Feng bully you again? When we go back I'll give him a good lashing." When Qin Huang said this, Zhao Lingxian pouted again, looking quite unhappy. Zhao Diehai squeezed her nose and said, "All you know how to do is be angry. Just then, I saw Feng go up to find you. Are you still putting on the act of a big miss?" It would have been better if Zhao Diehai hadn't mentioned that. Zhao Lingxian once again remembered that Qin Feng had seen her naked body and the anger on her face increased. She suddenly stood up and said, I don't care. I just don't like to see Qin Feng. I welcome Uncle Huang to come to our home, but I won't tolerate Qin Feng at all." After saying this, Zhao Lingxian angrily ran upstairs again. "I've truly spoilt this girl rotten." Qin Huang and Zhao Diehai looked at each other and laughed, both feeling a little awkward. "Feng, go and cheer up Lingxian. The two of you grew up together, and even if you're not getting married, you can at least be friends, right? There's no need to act like enemies." Zhao Diehai looked at Qin Feng and smiled. "As a man, you need to be magnanimous and sometimes give in. That child has a kind heart, but has princess syndrome because I've spoilt her too much." Qin Feng nodded and hesitantly walked upstairs. If Uncle Zhao knew that he had just seen Lingxian's naked body, he definitely wouldn't have asked him to go upstairs and cheer her up. This was simply suicide. "Little sister Lingxian, are you wearing clothes? I'm coming in now." This time, Qin Feng didn't dare to just swagger in. "Go and die. Piss off." Zhao Lingxian was lying on her bed and was feeling quite miserable. When Qin Feng came in, a pillow flew over. Luckily, he had stepped into stage 1 and had drank speed potions, which gave him the speed and reaction time to CA the pillow. "I told you to piss off, are you deaf?" Seeing that the pillow hadn't hit Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian became even angrier. As a hedonistic young master, one of his key strengths was that his face was as thick as a wall. Qin Feng pretended not to hear her and smiled as he sat down next to her on the bed. He needed to obtain her favorability, so if he could reduce her anger towards the rescission of the marriage, his job would be much easier. "Little sister Lingxian, don't be angry. I came specifically to apologize about the rescission of the marriage." As soon as he mentioned the rescinded marriage, Zhao Lingxian became even angrier. She coldly replied, "No need, hurry up and leave. If you have all this time and energy, go and be intimate with your little sister Lin. I'm disgusted by this act of yours." Qin Feng felt a little surprised and could almost smell jealousy in the air. Could it be that Zhao Lingxian had fallen for him? After all, he was simply too handsome and savvy. Zhao Lingxian could tell Qin Feng had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "Don't have any stupid thoughts. Even if I became a monk, I wouldn't like you. I just pity Lin Bei Bei. Why would such a nice girl fall for such a bastard? Princess Lingxian, don't say such things. I remember when we were younger, a certain someone would always follow me around, Qin Feng proudly replied. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Obtaining Zhao Lingxian's favorability. Qin Feng had grown up with Zhao Lingxian, so he was familiar with her family background. When they were little, Zhao Lingxian's mother had stolen much of Zhao Diehai's wealth and fled. Zhao Diehai hurriedly rebuilt his family, but had neglected Zhao Lingxian in the process. This caused Zhao Lingxian's personality to become lonely and aloof, so she virtually had no friends. Because Qin Feng was good with people and could get along with anyone, Zhao Lingxian always played with him. After they grew up, Qin Feng fell into the temptation of beautiful women and they gradually drifted apart. However, they could still be called childhood sweethearts. What? I don't remember. Zhao Lingxian became slightly red, pretending that she had forgotten about that. She hit Qin Feng's head with a pillow, trying to chase him away. Hurry up and leave. I feel angry whenever I see you. I feel so angry that my stomach's hurting again. As she hit Qin Feng, she suddenly stopped and curled into a ball as she held her stomach. Her stomach really did hurt, but it wasn't because of Qin Feng. When she was young, she had developed a stomach illness because she didn't eat at regular times. Qin Feng knew about Zhao Lingxian's stomach illness. When they played together in their younger days, he would carry her to the doctors when her stomach hurt. When he saw Zhao Lingxian's incredibly pale face and the sweat on her forehead, Qin Feng hurriedly touched her forehead and asked, "Are you alright? Is your stomach acting up again? Don't touch me. I don't need you to worry about me. Hurry up and leave. Leave." Zhao Lingxian gritted her teeth and endured the pain, not wanting Qin Feng to see her in this state. She pulled up her blanket and covered herself. "Fine, since you hate me so much, I'll leave." Qin Feng laughed as he stood up and left the villa. Zhao Lingxian stayed under the blanket for a while and after confirming that Qin Feng was gone, she uncovered herself. Seeing that the room was empty and that Qin Feng had indeed left, she suddenly felt a bit dispirited. Men are all the same and don't have any patience. If you had tried to cheer me up, maybe I would have let you stay and look after me for a bit. Zhao Lingxian suddenly felt quite complicated. Unknowingly, her attention had been focused on Qin Feng. This feeling was quite strange, and even Zhao Lingxian couldn't understand it. In reality, she had been keeping something bottled up within her. After Qin Feng had rescinded their marriage, the capital's Liang family's third son, Liang Sheng, had come to the Zhao family to ask for her hand in marriage. The Liang family owned one of the biggest medical companies in the entire country. They wanted to use this marriage to ally their families together and expand even further. Although Zhao Diehai didn't immediately agree to the marriage and allowed Zhao Lingxian to make the decision, she could tell from his eyes that he wanted this to go through. The only problem was that Zhao Lingxian didn't feel anything for that Liang Sheng. In fact, she would have been more willing to marry Qin Feng than Liang Sheng. "You beast, you scoundrel, you bastard. If you didn't rescind the marriage, I wouldn't have so many troubles. I curse you to trip over and die, 100 times. Zhao Lingxian cursed Qin Feng for a while, which would have made him die a countless number of times. Her stomach began to hurt more and more, to the point where she didn't have the strength to curse Qin Feng anymore. Her beautiful eyes became misty and she felt incredibly pitiful and wronged. Ever since she was young, she had never been properly looked after by anyone. Every time she had been hurt, she would lick her own wounds in the corner. "Stop cursing me. If I really died, who would go out at night to buy medicine for you?" The door was suddenly flung open as Qin Feng walked in with a handsome smile on his face. Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded, and she thought that she was dreaming. She never thought that Qin Feng would have come back, he had even bought medicine for her. She suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, as well as an urge to cry. From memory, whenever her stomach hurt, it would always be her father, mother, or Qin Feng, who went to buy stomach medicine for her. Even after Qin Feng started chasing beauties, she would still think of a certain someone when her stomach started hurting. "Who asked you to come back? Your seducing techniques won't work on me. Hurry up and get out." Although she felt quite moved, Zhao Lingxian wouldn't show it. When she thought to the possibility of being married off to the Liang family, she felt incredibly melancholic. By this time, Qin Feng had already poured some hot water, blew on it and handed it to Zhao Lingxian. He smiled as he said, curse away, curse away. As long as you're happy cursing at me, then continue. However, cursing takes a lot of strength. Drink your medicine first and after you've recovered, you can curse at me for the whole night. Curse at him for the whole night? Zhao Lingxian's face went red as inappropriate thoughts ran through her mind. If she stayed with this hedonistic young master Qin Feng for a whole night, who knew what could happen? I'm not drinking it. Who knows if you really bought stomach medicine? I'm sure you put some sort of aphrodisiac in it. I'm definitely not drinking it, Zhao Lingxian said as she angrily pouted. Seeing Zhao Lingxian act in such a stubborn manner, Qin Feng suddenly thought back to when they were younger. Back then, Zhao Lingxian was incredibly cute and would do whatever he said. However, they had gradually drifted apart and Zhao Lingxian had gradually recovered her cold and arrogant personality. Despite this, Qin Feng knew that deep down, she hadn't changed. She was still a weak girl who didn't have anyone to rely on. Her coldness was just a facade to protect herself. All in all, she was a very difficult girl. Princess Zhao, what nonsensical things are you thinking about? Look here, this bottle is stomach medicine, Qin Feng said as he rolled his eyes at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian didn't even look at the bottle. She coldly harumphed and replied, maybe you swapped it out for other medicine. Qin Feng frowned and felt quite speechless. He exasperatedly continued, Big Miss Zhao, this is your own home. What could I do to you? Who knows? This young miss is beautiful and has a sexy body. One always has to be on their guard against a perverted fiend like you. Unknowingly, Zhao Lingxian and Qin Feng had begun to act like a couple having a fight. In fact, Zhao Lingxian secretly enjoyed this feeling. She had no friends at school and there was usually no one at home. She rarely talked to anyone during her days. She actually felt quite happy to have someone to quibble with. Fine. If you won't eat your medicine, then this young master will have to feed it to you. Qin Feng knew that Zhao Lingxian was venting her anger against him, but she still didn't look quite well. Qin Feng held a capsule in one hand as he put his other hand around her slim waist, trying to force her to take it. Oi, what are you doing? Let go of me, I'll call for help. You beast, don't touch me, I'll kill you. By now, Zhao Lingxian was completely within Qin Feng's embrace. She was only wearing a thin, silk sleeping gown. They were touching so closely and she became so embarrassed that her face turned completely red. She desperately hit Qin Feng's chest with her small fists and struggled for a while. However, she soon found that it was completely useless and that it allowed Qin Feng to take advantage of her even more. Hurry up and take it. Otherwise, I'm not letting go, Qin Feng ordered as he finally brought the capsule to her mouth. Zhao Lingxian was the proud and aloof type, and she definitely wouldn't give in after being ordered like that. As a result, she desperately resisted. Zhao Lingxian, are you going to take the medicine or not? Qin Feng's expression became serious. I won't. Zhao Lingxian wasn't afraid at all. Although she hated Qin Feng, she knew that he wouldn't really do anything to her. Then this young master will have to use his ultimate skill. Qin Feng evilly smiled, drank a mouthful of water and lowered his body as he pressed his lips against hers. As a soft, damp feeling met his lips and he breathed in her fragrance, even an experienced man like Qin Feng felt a bit dazed. Zhao Lingxian was even more surprised. She suddenly stopped struggling and stared at Qin Feng with widened, misty eyes. Her buzzing brain was in a complete mess. After a few moments, Zhao Lingxian came back to her senses. She was furious, which caused her chest to heave. Every time she breathed in and out, Qin Feng could feel her soft chest rubbing against his. It was a feeling so wonderful that it made him want to cry out. Let go of me. Zhao Lingxian once again began to struggle, but her mouth was blocked by Qin Feng's, which made it difficult for her to speak. Qin Feng could feel that Zhao Lingxian was still trying to spit out the stomach medicine, so he decided to take things a step further. He suddenly opened his mouth and strayed his tongue into her mouth. Huff! Zhao Lingxian suddenly breathed in. This time, her brain completely short-circuited and went blank. She even closed her eyes, feeling intoxicated. This was her first kiss, and it was the first time that she had experienced such a wondrous feeling. She couldn't resist and allowed Qin Feng to do as he wished. Originally, Qin Feng had been planning to stop after he had placed the stomach medicine into her mouth. However, after starting, he simply couldn't stop. He slowly began to kiss her more and more passionately. Zhao Lingxian's body slowly relaxed, and she even wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. She spread her legs and sat on his lap, engaging in the kiss of the century. As they kissed, Qin Feng's hands subconsciously found their ways to Zhao Lingxian's chest. They were soft, bouncy, and large. They were simply exquisite. Ah! Qin Feng, what are you doing? Zhao Lingxian suddenly came back to her senses and kicked Qin Feng off the bed in fright. She wanted to step on this beast's head and finish him off there and then. Suddenly, Zhao Lingxian's phone began to ring. Do. Zhao Lingxian looked over in surprise and glared at Qin Feng, then picked up the phone and answered it. Hello. Who is this? She was feeling quite angry and spoke coldly. Lingxian, it's me, Liang Sheng. I'm about to arrive at your place. Would you like to have dinner with me? When he heard Zhao Lingxian's bone-chillingly cold voice, Liang Sheng couldn't help but shiver. I don't have any time. Zhao Lingxian never liked Liang Sheng to begin with, and adding on how angry she was feeling, she directly ended the call. She savagely threw her phone at the bed and glared at Qin Feng as she coldly said, "The hell are you looking at? I've taken the medicine and you've had your kiss. Qin Feng, you're the worst bastard under the heavens. I hate you. Piss off already." As she spoke, her tears shamefully flowed out. She suddenly realized that Qin Feng's reputation as a loose and sensualistic young master was completely deserved. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of you. You have received 200 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help Zhao Lingxian extricate herself from Liang Sheng's wooing. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host completely losing Zhao Lingxian. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Situation becoming interesting. Qin Feng felt a bit dazed. What he thought to be the most difficult quest had actually been easily completed with just a passionate kiss. This quest gave him a reward of 200 Hedonist points. If Qin Feng could finish another quest, he should be able to easily rack up 300 Hedonist points. After spending them, he would become a rank 4 Hedonist mortal, and would receive another 3 lottery chances. He felt incredibly excited as his large hands held Zhao Lingxian's shoulders and he affectionately said, "Lingxian, let's kiss again. This time, it'll just be a pure kiss. I promise I won't touch anywhere else this time." Before he had recovered from that kiss, he had received Zhao Lingxian's favorability. Qin Feng believed that he would definitely succeed if he tried to take her right now. Zhao Lingxian felt a bit surprised and looked at Qin Feng, feeling stunned. She breathed in deeply, doing her best to suppress her rage as she roared, "Qin Feng, do you want to die?" Qin Feng felt a bit scared by the coldness radiating out from Zhao Lingxian's eyes. He hurriedly withdrew his hands as he gave a sheepish smile. "I was just joking, haha, just joking. Am I that sort of person? I only kissed you just then to feed you the medicine. I saw that you weren't wearing much, and was worried that you'd get cold, so I covered your important bits to keep you warm." "Ah! Qin Feng, hurry up and piss off, otherwise your granny's going to kill you." Zhao Lingxian picked up a lamp next to her, lifting it up as if she was going to throw it. "Lingxian, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Qin Feng decided to quickly leave. However, Zhao Lingxian suddenly called out and stopped him, saying, "You want to just leave after taking advance of this big miss? Who do you think I am? Wait for me downstairs. A troublesome fellow's coming to visit me. If you can help me get rid of him, we'll be even. Otherwise, I'll make you take the consequences." Qin Feng's mouth cheat as he felt the chilling intent from Zhao Lingxian's body. He suddenly imagined Zhao Lingxian not sleeping for the entire night, furiously scrawling in her diary, "I curse Qin Feng to die in various ways, 100 times. Most likely, Zhao Lingxian would only show this childish, overbearing attitude in front of Qin Feng. Even if other people wanted to see it, they weren't qualified. Qin Feng went downstairs first, and soon, Zhao Lingxian walked down in a white shirt and short yellow skirt. She was also wearing colorful stockings that reached up to her knees, which made her look quite youthful. Seeing his daughter come down dressed nicely, Zhao Diehai gave a happy smile. It seemed that the disagreement between the two children had been resolved. Ding dong, ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell sounded. Zhao Lingxian didn't even have to look to know that it was Liang Sheng. She unhappily pouted and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately understood her intention, and went to open the door. A man with a stylish fringe, a white shirt, and black pants stood outside the door. He had a gentlemanly smile on his face, and was evidently a son of a rich family. You are. Seeing Qin Feng, Liang Sheng felt a bit surprised, and wondered who he was. Zhao Lingxian didn't have any older or younger brothers. You pressed on my home's doorbell, and yet you ask who I am? What's wrong with you? Qin Feng more or less understood who Liang Sheng was from what he had heard from Zhao Lingxian. Seeing him dressed so gentlemanly, Qin Feng felt like whipping him. This was despite the fact that Qin Feng also liked to dress like a gentleman to seduce women. Ahaha, excuse me, I'm here to find Uncle Zhao. A look of hostility flashed in Liang Sheng's eyes before it quickly disappeared as he smiled. Qin Feng looked up and down Liang Sheng, cleaning his ears as he disdainfully said, You had the gall to visit Uncle Zhao without a gift. You're not coming in. After saying that, Qin Feng closed the door. From the beginning, Liang Sheng didn't even step inside the Zhao family's villa. Although Zhao Lingxian was sitting on the sofa, she continuously glanced over to Qin Feng. She felt much better after seeing Qin Feng walk back by himself with a pleased look on his face. She looked at Qin Feng, then turned and pretended to WA the TV. Zhao Diehai and Qin Huang were engrossed in their discussion, and didn't pay attention to what had just happened. Feng'er, who was it? Zhao Lingxian casually asked. He had only heard the doorbell ring, but no one had come in. It was a wild dog, it could jump extremely high. It was pressing the doorbell for fun, but was chased away by me, Qin Feng casually replied as he sat down next to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian couldn't help but laugh with a fut. Qin Huang and Zhao Diehai stopped talking and looked at Qin Feng in bewilderment. A wild dog? Jumping up to press my home's doorbell? No way, what dog can jump that high? Our doorbell is at least 7 meters high on the wall. Feng'er, are you sure you saw correctly? Zhao Diehai asked in surprise. Definitely. I looked up and down, but it was definitely a wild dog. Uncle, you can keep chatting with my dad. If there's anything, I'll take care of it. Qin Feng said as he laughed. Ding dong. Just as Qin Feng spoke, the doorbell rang again. This time, all 4 people got up and walked to the entrance. The 2 adults wanted to see what dog breed had learned to press doorbells. Uncle Zhao, so you were already entertaining guests. It seems that I came at a bad time. Just as Zhao Diehai opened the door, he saw Liang Sheng standing at the entrance and holding 2 bags of wine and cigarettes. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were secretly filled with devilish glee. Those who knew Zhao Diehai well knew that he hated other people giving him presents. As expected, when he saw the 2 bags of presents, Zhao Diehai's face darkened. He said neither warmly nor coldly, so this time it wasn't a dog. Liang Sheng, in future, when you come to visit Uncle Zhao, don't bring these sorts of gifts. Your uncle doesn't like these sorts of things. Alright, next time I definitely won't then. Liang Sheng felt a bit confused about Zhao Diehai's words. Dog? What dog? However, he glared at Qin Feng. He hadn't been planning on bringing anything, as it would make him feel like he was a stranger, but did so because of this brat's words. Moreover, seeing him stand so close to Zhao Lingxian, it seemed that they weren't relatives. In an instant, Liang Sheng remembered Qin Feng in his heart. I'm having a good time chatting with your Uncle Huang, so I don't have time to entertain you 3 kids. How about this? You young people like to go out all the time, so how about you go out together? Lingxian, remember to come back early, Zhao Diehai said to Qin Feng and the others. Feng'er, I'll wait for you at Uncle Zhao's house then. Don't bring Ling Xian back too late, and look after her safety. If she's missing even half a hair, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences, Qin Huang said as he looked at Qin Feng. He then continued to speak with Zhao Dihai and ignored the three youngsters. Liang Sheng had been ignored this whole time, and felt quite displeased. He hurriedly walked over and said while smiling, Ling Xian, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to have some good food. Zhao Lingxian looked at him with a stony face. How could she have the appetite to eat while with him? Seeing that she wasn't replying even after a long time, Liang Sheng continued to speak. All right, let's go to the royal clubhouse then. There's good food and entertainment there. What do you say? The royal clubhouse. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's mouths curved upwards upon hearing this name. The situation was becoming interesting. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The whole world became quiet. All right, the royal clubhouse it is. Let's go. Zhao Lingxian suddenly became much happier and she skipped out of the villa. She had used Qin Feng as a meat shield partially so she could punish him. She wanted him to pay the price for rescinding the marriage and forcing that kiss on her. The capital's Liang family was no ordinary family. Zhao Lingxian became excited just from thinking of the possibility of these two men fighting. Women were indeed very dangerous animals. Kid, you can go now. I'm going to have a candlelit dinner with Miss Zhao Lingxian, so you can go off and do your own thing. As soon as they left the villa, Liang Sheng discarded his gentlemanly act and looked at Qin Feng like a ruffian. Liang Sheng was only 21 years old. He was the youngest in the grandchildren's generation of the capital's Liang family. He was about the same age as Qin Feng. In the capital, he had two elder brothers looking after him, so he acted fearlessly and lawlessly, and there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Before, he had showed restraint in front of Zhao Dihai. After all, he needed to act decently in front of his potential father-in-law. However, he was raring to give Qin Feng a good beating. You dare to show me up, young Master Liang? There's no one alive who dares to do such a thing. What a pity. I've already asked Ling Xian on a date for tonight, so it looks like the person who will have to leave is you. Qin Feng didn't get angry, and instead calmly smiled at Liang Sheng. Anger flashed in Liang Sheng's eyes. If they were in the capital and if anyone dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, this was the Acropolis city, and Zhao Lingxian was standing right there. As such, he couldn't use violence against Qin Feng, and darkly said, Brat, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Haha, is that so? I want to try it. Qin Feng didn't feel scared at all, and instead gave a dazzling smile. Within the Acropolis city, there really wasn't anyone who he couldn't afford to offend. Liang Sheng couldn't help but reevaluate Qin Feng. What sort of background did he have to be able to remain so calm and collected? After falling silent for a few moments, he asked, Brat, what is your relationship to Zhao Lingxian? Liang Sheng, he's my boyfriend. You've seen him today, so give up already. Before Qin Feng could even speak, Zhao Lingxian hugged his arm as she coldly looked at Liang Sheng. This person relied on the Liang family's background, and was incredibly arrogant and self-important. Zhao Lingxian didn't like him at all. On the other hand, while Qin Feng was the Acropolis city's richest man's only son, he didn't have the attitude of a high and mighty young master at all. Unknowingly, Zhao Lingxian had started to compare every man she met to Qin Feng. The smile on Liang Sheng's face disappeared, and his face darkened. Haha, Miss Zhao, if I'm right, he should just be a normal friend. If you really think of him as a friend, don't try to use him to trick me. You know my methods, anyone who dares to steal my woman won't have a happy ending. You can believe what you want. Let's go, don't pay any attention to him anymore. Zhao Lingxian felt extremely irritated by such a bare threat, and she pulled Qin Feng as she walked away. Liang Sheng suddenly started to laugh coldly. Miss Zhao, if you're determined to stick to this brat, I'll have to ask Uncle Zhao if he really is your boyfriend or not. Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped walking. She definitely couldn't allow him to go ask her father. If he did, he would definitely scare her father and Uncle Huang to death. What do you want? Zhao Lingxian said as she angrily glared at Liang Sheng. Nothing much. Didn't Miss Zhao say that she would go with me to the royal clubhouse? You can't have forgotten already, right? A gentlemanly smile reappeared on Liang Sheng's face and he opened the car's door as he said, "If you would please, Miss Zhao. My Porsche 911 can only seat 2 people. As for your friend, if he wants to come, he can take a taxi. However, it's best that he arrives before me. You need to be a VIP to enter the royal clubhouse, so if he's late, he'll only be able to squat outside and have the wind for dinner. Qin Feng might not be able to enter the royal clubhouse." Zhao Lingxian almost wanted to laugh. "Haha, don't worry, Mr. Liang, I've got a private ride." Qin Feng once again calmly smiled. He stretched his hand out to Zhao Lingxian beside him, saying, "Lingxian, if you're not used to riding in sports cars, you can come with me in my private ride." "All right." Without even having to think about it, Zhao Lingxian agreed to go with Qin Feng. However, when she came to Qin Feng's private ride, Zhao Lingxian was dumbfounded. This was an old and shabby retro 28 bicycle. It could already be considered an antique, and it was entirely possible someone had thrown it away. "Qin Feng, can you give yourself some face? You're always trying to look cool with your Batmobile at the university. Are you trying to make me look like an idiot?" Zhao Lingxian secretly gave Qin Feng a savage pinch on his waist and almost stamped her feet in anger. Before, Liang Sheng had been full of anger, but when he saw Qin Feng's private ride, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ayo, holy crap, Miss Zhao, your friend is the most amusing person I've ever met. I'm sure you'll be coming in my Porsche, right? If you go on that bicycle, you'll be having a midnight snack instead, haha." Liang Sheng looked at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. Only a mentally deranged person would want to race against his Porsche with an old 28 bicycle. He felt incredibly pleased, and could almost see Zhao Lingxian slapping Qin Feng in anger, then coming over to his Porsche. "You can go first. I quite like riding bicycles at night. You can feel the evening breeze against your skin, and it's eco-friendly too." While Liang Sheng was still fantasizing, Zhao Lingxian coldly spoke, completely shocking him. "That's right, bicycles are incredibly convenient. You don't need to refuel, and you can go wherever you want. Come on, Lingxian, Big Brother's going to take you for a good ride." Qin Feng said as he laughed and looked at Liang Sheng. Zhao Lingxian had probably never ridden on a bicycle before. After she got on, she couldn't help swaying. In the end, Qin Feng wrapped an arm around her and hugged her from behind, thus stabilizing the bicycle. Feeling Qin Feng so close to her, Zhao Lingxian couldn't help but think of the passionate kiss they had shared. Her face couldn't help but become red. Luckily, it was quite dark, so it wasn't quite visible. "Mr. Liang, we'll be leaving first. You should drive quickly, or we won't wait for you and we'll go in and play if you're too slow." Qin Feng started to pedal the bicycle as he felt Zhao Lingxian's slim waist, happily leaving. This was the first time he had ridden on a bike as well, and at first, he couldn't control it quite well. They swayed quite violently, causing Zhao Lingxian to yell and pinch him many times. However, Qin Feng was able to learn quite quickly, and steadily rode along with Zhao Lingxian amidst the evening breeze. Seeing the 2 people slowly disappearing, Liang Sheng was so furious that he almost wanted to crash into Qin Feng and kill him. He continuously cursed inwardly. "You want to arrive first on a crappy and old bicycle? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. And so what if you arrive first? Without a VIP card, you'll still have to goddamn wait for your elder to take you in. Ah, Qin Feng, what's that under you? It's all hard and it's sticking into my butt." After exiting the district, Zhao Lingxian found that there was something odd. She felt quite uncomfortable with something hard poking her butt. She reached out to move it away, but when her hand came into contact with it, it was as if she had lost her soul and her body froze. Qin Feng let out a moan in pleasure. "Arth. Qin Feng, stop the bicycle. I want to get off right now. I'm going to kill you, you beast, you pervert. Ah." Zhao Lingxian started to go crazy, and furiously struggled in protest. The bicycle violently swayed, and they almost crashed multiple times. Qin Feng also felt a bit awkward. He quickly tried to calm her down. "Little sister Lingxian, stop making a ruckus. The more you do this, the longer it's going to take for it to settle down. Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped moving, and peacefully sat on the bicycle for 2 minutes, which felt like 2 centuries. However, that thing indeed settled down. A bustling night view greeted their eyes, and a cool breeze from the river blew over. Zhao Lingxian felt as if she had returned to her younger days, when her mother had stolen all of their money and left their family almost penniless. During that period of time, her father had ridden this sort of 28 bicycle to take her to school. Although they would often be laughed at by richer students, Zhao Lingxian remembered and treasured those moments dearly. This was because only when she went to school or came back from school could she spend time with her father. She felt incredibly blissful and safe while riding with her father. Little sister Lingxian, you can't have fallen asleep, right? Qin Feng felt a bit weird after seeing that Zhao Lingxian had fallen silent after making a ruckus the entire trip. Qin Feng, in future, can you take me riding on your bicycle as well? Zhao Lingxian was in a bit of a daze, and a rare look of bliss appeared on her face. After saying this, even she felt a bit shocked. She found that she was slowly starting to rely on Qin Feng. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of hard things poking your butt, I'm fine with it, Qin Feng teased. Zhao Lingxian once again started to yell and pinched his leg many times, before suddenly saying, Qin Feng, can you ride faster? No problem. After speaking, he started to accelerate. After breaking through to stage 1 and drinking 2 strength potions, Qin Feng's body was incredibly strong. He continuously accelerated and his legs actually started to leave behind after images. After breaking through to stage 1, he hadn't truly trained his body, so this was decent training for him. The gentle evening breeze became quite intense. If it wasn't because Qin Feng was holding down Zhao Lingxian's skirt, she would have felt like she was going to fly off. The trees on the side blurred and quickly disappeared, and they even left cars behind them. They were moving so fast and it seemed that the air was moving so fast that Zhao Lingxian found it difficult to breathe. She slowly closed her eyes and let a smile bloom on her face. Just like a blossoming flower, she looked so beautiful that she could cause someone to become intoxicated just from looking at her. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. She suddenly remembered many things from her childhood. She had been a lonely child who had been abandoned by her mother. She was a young girl who lacked joy and happiness in her childhood. She was a cold and arrogant princess, a poor bug whose marriage had been rescinded. She recalled memories from primary school until now, and her tears slid down her face. It was quiet all around them, and all they could hear was the wind. However, she quite enjoyed this feeling. She even thought that just riding like this, with Qin Feng pedaling and her sitting in front of him, it wouldn't be too bad to ride until the end of time. At least, at this moment, she didn't feel lonely, and didn't feel like she was the only person in the world. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. A woman joins the battle. Clockalat. Little sister Lin, we're here. The voice in her ears suddenly brought her back to reality. She opened her eyes and almost fell off the bicycle. The words Royal Clubhouse glowed brightly in front of her eyes. Qin Feng, how did we get here? Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. Her house was at least 20 kilometers away from the Royal Clubhouse. Even by car, it would take at least 20 minutes. However, Zhao Lingxian felt like she had just recalled some memories from the past, and when she opened her eyes, they had arrived. It was simply too magical. We got here by bicycle, of course. You're sitting on my bicycle, remember? You didn't get your brain blown out by the wind, did you? Qin Feng smiled, but didn't tell Zhao Lingxian that he had pushed his body to the limit and had ridden at 80 kilometers per hour. You're the one who has no brain. I'm getting off. Zhao Lingxian glared at Qin Feng, then got off the bike with Qin Feng's help. Young Master Qin, you're here. At this moment, an eagle-eyed doorman ran over. Seeing Qin Feng ride a bike with a girl on it, he couldn't help but marvel at his seducing techniques. It seemed that he definitely deserved his title of the #1 seducer sage of the Acropolis city. Millimeter, give this bicycle a parking spot, don't let anyone steal it. Qin Feng casually gave the doorman a $1,000 tip and held Zhao Lingxian's hand as he walked into the Royal Clubhouse. Spendthrift, Zhao Lingxian said as she glared at Qin Feng. Even if this bicycle was left on the streets, no one would probably want it. And yet, he had given that person a $1,000 tip for looking after it. He was a super spendthrift. When Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian walked into the clubhouse, the attendants all came to greet them. "Welcome, young Master Qin. Welcome, Miss Zhao." Qin Feng waved his hand, sending them away, and sat down with Zhao Lingxian on a sofa in the main hall. "It seems that Mr. Pretty Boy isn't here yet. Little sister Lingxian, let's get a room and have some food first." Qin Feng had gone to Zhao Lingxian's house to eat, but because of Liang Sheng popping up, he still hadn't eaten. By now, he was quite hungry. Zhao Lingxian curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her face became quite pale and she weakly said, "Qin Feng, I feel a bit cold. My stomach problem's back." Qin Feng felt Zhao Lingxian's arm, which was indeed quite cold. It was possible that on the way here, he rode too quickly, causing her to endure the cold wind. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Lingxian, letting her lie in his embrace. He then waved his hand and asked an attendant to bring over a glass of warm water. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. You big pervert, you won't even behave in public." Feeling Qin Feng's embrace, Zhao Lingxian felt incredibly complicated and quite embarrassed. She was extremely angry about Qin Feng's groping. However, Qin Feng didn't do as Zhao Lingxian wished. He understood this cold and arrogant princess's personality. When she wasn't being obedient, he needed to use some tough tactics. "Beauty Lingxian, if you continue to struggle, I'll have to deal with you the normal way." Qin Feng grinned as he looked at Zhao Lingxian, as if he was a starving wolf eyeing a plate of delicious food. Zhao Lingxian immediately calmed down. If Qin Feng kissed her in public, she would die of embarrassment. She coldly glared at Qin Feng and complained, "How did a beast like you live for so long?" Soon, the warm water was brought over. Qin Feng took out the stomach medicine from his pocket and personally fed it to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian's eyes became slightly red. She never expected that Qin Feng would carry the medicine on him. She couldn't help but admit that with his handsome appearance, combined with his kindness and tenderness, it was no wonder he was able to sleep with so many women. "Qin Feng, it really is you." Just as Zhao Lingxian finished taking the medicine, a pleasant voice sounded out. Lin Bei Bei had just come back from caring for her mother in the hospital. She was shyly wondering if Qin Feng would come to the room to sleep tonight when she saw another familiar figure. Lin Bei Bei emotionally ran over. She recognized Qin Feng, but the excitement within her heart suddenly disappeared because she saw Zhao Lingxian cutely lying in Qin Feng's embrace. Lin Bei Bei simply couldn't bear to disrupt this sweet scene of this handsome man and beautiful woman paired together. Inwardly, she felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a needle, for some unknown reason. "Ah, Bei Bei, have you eaten yet?" Even Qin Feng felt a bit awkward after suddenly seeing Lin Bei Bei while he embraced Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian suddenly remembered the scene at the sports field, Qin Feng sweating profusely and Lin Bei Bei handing him a bottle of water, with Qin Feng then patting Lin Bei Bei on the head. Inconceivably, Zhao Lingxian edged more into Qin Feng's embrace and put her arms around his neck, coldly and arrogantly looking at Lin Bei Bei. "Hello, classmate Bei Bei." Hello, I have something to do, I'll be leaving first." Lin Bei Bei's brain froze for a moment. Her good mood plummeted, and she hurriedly ran off like a frightened rabbit. Zhao Lingxian's expression became cold. She pushed aside Qin Feng as she icily said, "Young Master Qin, you're quite impressive. In just a few days, you've won over the university's pure beauty, Lin Bei Bei. You've even gotten her to come to the clubhouse to have fun with you. Aren't you a romantic and loose one?" Zhao Lingxian was a beautiful and intelligent woman. She knew what sort of family background Lin Bei Bei had, and her being at the royal clubhouse was definitely because of Qin Feng's arrangements. Apart from getting intimate, why would she come to the royal clubhouse so late at night? To study with Qin Feng? Qin Feng had never had worries about women before, but he felt as if his head was going to explode. Just as he was going to explain the matter with Lin Bei Bei, a woman with a beautiful face and sexy body elegantly walked over. Seeing her, Qin Feng almost wanted to run into a wall. "Yo, young Master Qin, I've looked for you for so many days, but couldn't find you. You must be even busier than the president of a country. This was the #1 beauty of the Jincheng city, Han Yingying. She had come to the Acropolis city to discuss business with Qin Feng. However, after meeting him at the cocktail party, she couldn't find him no matter where she searched. She had decided to try her luck and come to the royal clubhouse. After all, this was Qin Feng's holy land of pleasure. And she had succeeded in finding him. Yo, Miss Zhao's here too. After seeing Zhao Lingxian, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Han Yingying casually sat down next to Qin Feng and leaned in towards him as she coyly said, "Young Master Qin, there's some serious matters I want to discuss with you. I'm not sure if young Master Qin has any time tonight. It might take up the entire night." Shameless. Zhao Lingxian couldn't stand Han Yingying's flirtation and coldly harumphed. Han Yingying looked at Zhao Lingxian and lightly laughed, saying, "I'm shameless? At least I'm not like a certain someone, sticking on to young Master Qin despite having their marriage rescinded by him." These two exquisite beauties had begun fighting as soon as they saw each other. One was a queen who had much experience in the business world, the other was a glacial goddess who was still in university. Who knew who would win? Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. Han Yingying's expression didn't change, but Zhao Lingxian was so furious that she wanted to vomit blood. One couldn't help but admit that this woman was quite vicious and savage. Her lovely upturned eyes seemed to be able to see a person's weak points, and every word she spoke could cut into other people's hearts. "Han Yingying, aren't you selling your body just for some money? What right do you have to speak badly of me?" Zhao Lingxian was so angry that she stood up. If it wasn't for Qin Feng blocking the two women, they probably would have started fighting. Once women went crazy, even the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. Han Yingying's smile disappeared. Indeed, in order to do business, she often went to many cocktail parties and banquets to flirt with the sons of the wealthy and noble. However, no one knew how much pain and bitterness she put up with in order to develop her family's business. She was willing to flirt, but would never actually do the deed. In the end, she was a woman who valued purity. And now, hearing Zhao Lingxian say such things, a flame burned in her eyes. She looked at Zhao Lingxian as she said, "Miss Zhao, you're from the upper-class society, so please show some restraint when speaking. Have you personally seen me get into bed with a man? Or could it be that when I got into bed with a man, you were also there? Otherwise, how could you know?" As soon as Han Yingying said this, Qin Feng knew that things were spiraling out of control. These two women both had powerful family backgrounds, even Qin Feng would feel scared if they started to fight. At this moment, an even more terrifying, cold, electronic voice sounded out in his mind. "Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, make Zhao Lingxian and Han Yingying interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 hedonist points. Failing will result in the Zhao family and Han family engaging in an intense business war." Qin Feng's mouth cheat. He would rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. On the other hand, Liang Sheng had been quite angry the whole trip as he drove in his Porsche 911 to the royal clubhouse. Business was excellent tonight, and the large parking lot was filled with many luxury cars. He went around the parking lot a few times, and finally found 2 free spaces. Just as he was about to park into one of them, a man wearing a security uniform and holding an electric baton angrily walked over. "Apologies, sir, but you can't park here." Liang Sheng was already furious, and now he had been stopped from parking by a security officer. He angrily got out of the car and came in front of the security officer, pointing at him as he started to loudly curse, "Are you goddamn blind? There are 2 parking spaces there, why can't I park there? I'll have you know that your granddaddy is the royal clubhouse's VIP. If you anger your granddaddy, a single phone call from me is enough to get you fired." After being cursed at like that, the security officer's expression became cold. Normally, if a visitor cursed at time, he would simply endure it. After all, everyone who came here were extremely wealthy and powerful. However, tonight, He was filled with confidence. He was looking after young Master Qin's ride. He pointed back at Liang Sheng and cursed back at him, "Open your dog eyes and have a good look, these 2 parking spaces are already occupied." Liang Sheng had never been cursed at by a security officer. He stared at the security officer in shock before looking at the 2 seemingly empty parking spaces. Only then did he find that there was an inconspicuous 28 bicycle parked there. It had even taken up 2 parking spaces in an extremely overbearing manner. Moreover, this bicycle looked extremely familiar. It seemed to be the one that Zhao Lingxian and her fake boyfriend had left on. Although he was angry, Liang Sheng was more shocked by far. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would arrive faster than him on an old bicycle. After all, he was driving a Porsche. He even started to suspect whether this bicycle was really Qin Feng's. Maybe they just looked similar. Was this brought here by a man and a beautiful woman? Liang Sheng asked with a darkened face. "Chimph, why do I need to tell you? Anyways, these 2 parking spaces are taken, so go park somewhere else. Otherwise, I won't be courteous anymore." The security officer acted extremely arrogantly towards Liang Sheng, as if he disdained even speaking with him. He patted the electric baton in his hands and viciously looked at Liang Sheng. Because young Master Qin had personally given him this bike to look after, he had reserved 2 parking spaces for it. If some blind driver accidentally ran over this old 28 bicycle, or scraped some paint off it, he wouldn't know what to say to young Master Qin. Liang Sheng and the security officer faced off for a while, after which Liang Sheng angrily drove away. He found a good parking space near the royal clubhouse and quickly walked in. When he saw Qin Feng standing in between the 2 beauties trying to pacify them, Liang Sheng became certain that the old bicycle that had overbearingly taken up 2 parking spaces was definitely Qin Feng's. It seemed that he didn't have an ordinary background if he was able to enter the royal clubhouse and take up 2 parking spaces. However, so what? No matter how influential someone was in the Acropolis city, they would still be nothing to the capital's Liang family. Liang Sheng walked over to the 3 of them as he gave a gentlemanly smile. "Miss Zhao, apologies, I had something important to do on the way, so I ended up coming a bit late." Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he had driven at his fastest speed to the royal clubhouse. Liang Sheng felt like coughing up blood after thinking that he had been beaten by an old bicycle. Zhao Lingxian and Han Yingying had just finished having their fight, and neither had a pleasant expression. They sat down and turned away from each other. As such, no one paid any attention to Liang Sheng. "Haha, seeing that you've been sitting out here, you probably haven't reserved a room yet. I'll go arrange it now, after all, not just anyone can book a room here." Liang Sheng awkwardly smiled, looked at Qin Feng condescending, then elegantly walked over to the reception. Han Yingying looked at Liang Sheng's back in slight confusion. Even though she didn't know where he had come from and his relationship with Qin Feng, his words sounded quite funny. Qin Feng had finally calmed down the 2 women when Liang Sheng, that little scumbag, had come over and tried to look cool. He felt quite annoyed, and took out his phone to call the reception, telling them not to give Liang Sheng a room. Not too long after, Liang Sheng came back with a darkened face, angrily cursing, "Immerse, what a crappy clubhouse. Their elder is a silver card member, and yet they told me that all the rooms are fully booked. Lucky for them, this is the Acropolis city. If it was the capital, I would have ordered people to smash the place. Lingxian, just wait for a moment, I have a good brother here. He's the general manager, and I'll give him a call to get him to come over and arrange a presidential room for us." Liang Sheng ran off to the side to make a call, and neither Zhao Lingxian and Han Yingying could be bothered to pay any attention to him. Both of them knew Qin Feng's background and status, and knew that Liang Sheng trying to act big simply made him look like a little clown. Before anything happened, they already knew what was going to happen to him. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Intercepted Halfway. After a while, a man in a suit and tie walked out. It was the Royal Clubhouse's customer manager, Wang Qi. After making the phone call, Liang Sheng had been on the lookout the entire time. Seeing Wang Qi walking over, he hurriedly went up to him and said, "Brother Wang, I hope you've been well." "Haha, young Master Liang, I never thought that you would have the time to come here and play today. If you need anything, please let me know. In his previous visits to Acropolis City, Liang Sheng had heard that the Royal Clubhouse was the highest-class entertainment facility. He had visited there a few times to play, and had gotten to know Wang Qi. Wang Qi saw that this person was quite generous and could count as a big shot. Every time, he received quite a bit in tips, so he always treated Liang Sheng quite well. When he saw that Liang Sheng had come to play again, it was as if he had seen rolls of new banknotes. Haha, there's a small matter I'll need to trouble Brother Wang with, Liang Sheng said as he smiled. Tonight, I came with a few friends to have some fun. However, the lady at the reception said that all of the rooms were booked. Would it be possible for Brother Wang to arrange a luxurious room for us? Money is no problem, as long as we don't lose face, right? Wang Qi frowned when he heard this. Indeed, there were often luxurious rooms reserved for important people. There was also Qin Feng's room 888, that was never open to the public, as it was Qin Feng's private room. As of now, there were still 2 luxurious rooms that were open to public. Why had the receptionist said that the rooms were all full? Wang Qi took Liang Sheng and angrily came to the reception. Liang Sheng pointed out the receptionist who hadn't given him a room, and Wang Qi looked at her while coldly asking, "What's going on? There's a guest who wants to hire a room, but you told him that all the rooms are full. Aren't there still 2 rooms?" The receptionist didn't expect Liang Sheng to know Manager Wang. Under normal circumstances, she definitely would have followed Manager Wang's orders. However, she wasn't fearful at all, as it was young Master Qin who had personally given her this order. Even if there were 10 Manager Wangs questioning her, she wouldn't be afraid. "Manager Wang, all of the rooms are booked," the receptionist calmly said as she blinked at Wang Qi, trying to signal at him. However, Wang Qi didn't notice this and instead became angry. "You're still saying they're all booked? Do you want me to take you to see those 2 empty rooms yourself? What's wrong with you? Do you not want to work here anymore?" Upon seeing Wang Qi become so angry, the receptionist felt a little wronged and had to explain herself. "Manager Wang, the higher-ups said that those 2 rooms aren't for hire." Wang Qi was surprised. He wasn't sure who she was referring to by the higher-ups. Apart from the general manager, he had the most power at the Royal Clubhouse. Since General Manager Liu had taken leave today, could there be someone even higher? Who was it? Tell him to come over here. I want to see who it is that is so rich and powerful that they don't want more business. I'll have you know, I want those rooms opened, even if young Master Qin comes, Wang Qi angrily spoke as he pointed at the receptionist. However, the beautiful receptionist didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, she revealed a gloating smile, because the person standing right behind Manager Wang was young Master Qin. "Ah, Lil Wang, you're quite right. It's me who gave the order. Is there anything you're not happy about?" Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out from behind Wang Qi. Wang Qi felt that this voice sounded quite familiar. When he turned around, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Liang Sheng still hadn't realized what was happening. When he saw that Qin Feng had come over, he felt like his intestines were going to explode from anger. Since this brat was determined to make trouble for him, he would definitely make him pay for it. "Yo, kid, you're acting quite big. You're the boss of this royal clubhouse, eh? You think you can stop your elder from getting a room?" Liang Sheng looked at Qin Feng with an expression of mockery. He pointed at Wang Qi and condescending said, "Look here, brat, this is my good brother. He's the general manager of the royal clubhouse. He's the top gun around here. Who do you think you are?" Noticing that Qin Feng's bicycle had taken up 2 spaces, and that he could enter the royal clubhouse by himself, Liang Sheng guessed that he knew someone here. At the very most, he probably knew a supervisor or deputy manager. Now, with Wang Qi standing next to him, he wanted to stick it to Qin Feng's face. "You want to steal your elder's woman? You're too naive. General Manager Wang, give me a luxurious room now. I want to see what this brat can do. You came here riding on a crappy 28 bicycle and you're trying to act all high and mighty. Your elder's going to whip your face open." Liang Sheng released all of the savage words he had pent up inside of him. However, despite waiting for a while, he didn't see Wang Qi doing anything. When he looked over, he saw Wang Qi staring Qin Feng with a look of terror. His mouth opened and closed many times, without being able to say anything. "Brother Wang, are you all right? Hurry up and find me a room. You know there'll be a big tip for you," Liang Sheng once again urged Wang Qi. Wang Qi still hadn't completely recovered from his shock. Qin Feng laughed and said, "Yo, General Manager Wang, when did you get promoted to General Manager? Even I didn't know." Wang Qi felt like running into a wall and dying. He had been blinded by greed and had wanted to open a luxurious room for Liang Sheng so he could earn a tip. As for his claim that he wouldn't give Qin Feng face, that was simply him talking big. Now, with Qin Feng in front of him, Wang Qi's expression was somber, as though his entire family had died. He half cried as he spluttered, "Young Master Qin, this lowly one truly didn't know it was your order. Otherwise, even if it was the mayor of Acropolis City, I definitely wouldn't give him a room, let alone some crappy young Master Liang. Young Master Qin, the ignorant should not be held responsible. Please forgive this lowly one this time." A 30-year-old man was pleading and begging in public. Liang Sheng felt quite shocked at the sight of this. He suddenly realized that the royal clubhouse was owned by the Acropolis City's richest man, Qin Huang, and that Wang Qi was addressing this young man as young Master Qin. He was acting like he would even go so far as to kneel down and lick his boots. Apart from Qin Huang's only son, Qin Feng, who else would be able to wield such power? Thinking to the fact that he had requested to come to Qin Feng's family's clubhouse to have fun, and had mocked Qin Feng the entire way, Liang Sheng's face almost turned green. He wanted to dice Qin Feng up into small pieces. "Mph, so what if you're Qin Feng? Brat, just you wait and see. I'll have you know that you're just a young master in the Acropolis City. Before the capital's Liang family, you're just like an ant." Liang Sheng had lost all of his face today and had none left to continue to stay here. After spitting out some savage words, he stormed out of the royal clubhouse. "Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for completing the quest to make Zhao Lingxian and Han Yingying interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. You have received 100 Hedonist points." Just as Liang Sheng left, a cold, electronic voice rang out in Qin Feng's mind. He looked towards the sofa in dismay and saw that the two women with completely different personalities, but who were both as beautiful as celestial goddesses, were sitting back to back. They both looked spaced out, and he had no idea what they were thinking. Quests could be completed just like that. Qin Feng almost couldn't believe it. "Lingxian," Liang Sheng stormed off in anger. "Do you want to get some food?" Qin Feng came over to the two women and asked. At the beginning, the two women were inwardly cursing at each other, but after a while, they both lapsed into each other's thoughts. Zhao Lingxian was wondering what the relationship between Qin Feng and Lin Beibei was. Normally, after Qin Feng had his way with a woman, he wouldn't meet her for a second time. However, Lin Beibei seemed to be an exception, which made Zhao Lingxian feel quite unhappy. Han Yingying was plotting how to make Qin Feng hers. From the information she had, Qin Feng was just a sensualistic and hedonistic young master. Before, Han Yingying was completely confident that she could win him over, but she slowly found out that he wasn't exactly as her information had described. Just like that, lost in their own thoughts, the two women had interacted harmoniously for 10 minutes, which allowed Qin Feng to complete the quest. "No, it's all right. A certain someone has ruined my mood tonight, so I want to go home." Zhao Lingxian stood up and coldly glared at Han Yingying, then walked out of the royal clubhouse. "Miss Han, I'll be taking Lingxian home. We can talk more if we meet again in future." Qin Feng smiled at Han Yingying, then chased after Zhao Lingxian. When she saw Qin Feng leave, Han Yingying's eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. She silently vowed, "Qin Feng, just you wait. I'll definitely make you mine someday, and make you completely obedient to me." Just like how they had come, Qin Feng speedily took Zhao Lingxian back on his 28 bicycle. Perhaps it was because she wasn't in a very good mood, but Zhao Lingxian spaced out during the entire trip and didn't speak to Qin Feng. When they reached the Zhao family's villa, Zhao Lingxian gave a simple greeting to her father and Qin Huang, then went upstairs. Seeing that Qin Huang and Uncle Zhao were still in high spirits and wouldn't be finished talking for a while, Qin Feng left first and rode to the royal hotel on his bicycle. After completing 2 quests tonight, Qin Feng had obtained 300 Hedonist points. He was anxious to spend them and obtain another 3 lottery chances. He pedaled faster and faster, and his Retro 28 bicycle shot through the streets like an arrow. As he sped forwards, Qin Feng began to sweat profusely. He suddenly found that riding the bicycle was a pretty good way to exercise, and decided to replace his incredibly flashy Batmobile with it. In order to reach the Royal Hotel as quickly as possible, Qin Feng had gone through quite a few small roads. At the end of the small road he was riding on, a pair of headlights suddenly lit up, forcing him to stop as he couldn't see. Qin Feng left the bicycle on the ground and held his hands in front of him. He squinted through the gaps in his fingers, trying to see what was going on. A skinny and tall figure stood in front of the car's lights. Qin Feng couldn't see his features, but could see that he had his right hand raised. Within that hand was something black, which was pointed at him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of wild laughter echoed out. As soon as Qin Feng heard this voice, he realized what was going on. It was Liang Sheng. Qin Feng, young Master Qin. Liang Sheng laughed for a while before speaking, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You think you're really cool, right? Your hands can cover the sky in Acropolis City and no one dares to offend you. Haha, your elder's seen many hedonistic young masters like you. You're just a frog in a well. Your elder has said it before. You're still too tender to fight with me. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Little Li Throwing Knife. Because of the light, Qin Feng couldn't see Liang Sheng's expression. However, it was easy to guess that he was delirious with joy and was incredibly proud of himself. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. Although he would be able to take on 10 Liang Shengs in a normal fight, Liang Sheng was holding an unknown object, which was probably a gun. Haha, so it's young Master Liang. Why have you come out to meet me so late at night? Could it be that you want to race with me? There was no one around in this suburban district. Qin Feng kept his cool and tried to stall for time, as he looked for an opportunity to attack. As soon as Qin Feng mentioned racing, Liang Sheng felt furious again. He still couldn't understand how Qin Feng had arrived earlier than him on a bicycle, when he had been driving a Porsche. Qin Feng, your elder's in awe of your goddamn sense of humor. You're about to die and yet you're still in the mood to crack jokes, Liang Sheng spat as he gnashed his teeth. About to die? Young Master Liang, what do you mean? I can't understand what you're saying. Who would want to kill me? Qin Feng pretended to be dumb and stealthily inched his way towards Liang Sheng. As long as he could get close enough, Qin Feng was confident he could kill him in one blow. Stop walking. Brat, if you dare to take another step, your elder will immediately shoot you to death. Oh right, with the lights behind me, you can't see what your elder has in his hands. I'll tell you now, your elder is holding a gun that is pointed towards your head. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng stopped walking. A wealthy young master like Liang Sheng wouldn't consider the consequences of their actions. He might actually shoot, having suffered so much today. A gun? Young Master Liang, why are you pointing a gun at me? Aren't we friends? Qin Feng's voice started to shake, as if he was quite scared. This was exactly what Liang Sheng wanted. Seeing Qin Feng's cowardly reaction, he felt incredibly delighted. Ha ha, friends? You think you're good enough to be your elder's friend? You were acting pretty arrogantly tonight, now you know what fear is. Ha ha ha, if you don't want to die, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times to your elder. Then, I might let you off. Kowtow 3 times? Qin Feng wasn't stupid. Even if he did kowtow, a narrow-minded and vengeful scoundrel like Liang Sheng wouldn't let him off. He started to feel a little nervous, as he was essentially defenseless. He was more than 10 meters away from Liang Sheng, so he couldn't hit him or run away fast enough. Qin Feng felt quite frustrated. Lil Piggy, are there any long-ranged weapons? In his crisis, Qin Feng decided to ask the little pig. Despite how dangerous the situation was, the little pig still looked quite lazy. It licked its hooves and slowly raised its head, which made Qin Feng want to drag it out and beat it up. Master, I'd recommend buying a Little Li throwing knife for 50 hedonist points and killing him in one hit. Fudge, This throwing knife must be made out of gold. Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly grumble. A single throwing knife would set him back by 50 hedonist points. As such, he was quite reluctant to purchase it. After all, he was saving up for elementary sword skills. However, the situation was quite dire. If he didn't act, he would most likely be dead. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and spent the 50 hedonist points. A small and sharp throwing knife appeared in his hand. Haha, you're still not willing to kneel? That's fine, before you die, I'll let you in on a secret. Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't kneeled, Liang Sheng didn't become angry, but laughed even more sinisterly. He could tell that Qin Feng cared for Zhao Lingxian and didn't want him to die in ignorance. Actually, I don't like Zhao Lingxian at all. The Liang family only proposed the marriage to the Zhao family to swallow up their medical enterprise. However, that girly Zhao Lingxian has pretty decent looks, nice skin, a hot figure and big boobs, as well as a cold and arrogant aura. When your elder makes her his, I'll trample on her every day and make her completely obedient towards me. How great would that be? Oh, and apart from me, my eldest brother and second brother are also interested in her. We'll make her serve us all and feed her till she's full every night. Ha ha ha, when that time comes, make sure you're weighing from heaven. I won't say see you again, because I'll never be seeing you again. Liang Sheng's expression suddenly became cold and he viciously smiled. He made the sound of a gun firing with his mouth, reveling in the fact that if he pulled the trigger, Qin Feng would fall to the ground. However, before he could do so, Liang Sheng's body slightly trembled. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat and despite struggling for a while, he was unable to utter a single word. He hurriedly clawed at his neck and found that fresh blood was pouring out, staining his entire arm. As his eyes widened in terror and disbelief, he looked at Qin Feng in confusion and slowly collapsed. He didn't even know how he had died. When he saw Liang Sheng fall, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. The moment he threw the throwing knife, he was so angry that he had hoped Liang Sheng's head would explode. Anyone who dares to humiliate Zhao Lingxian will be killed without mercy. Qin Feng slowly walked over to Liang Sheng, and found that he was completely and utterly dead. There was a small hole which passed through his entire neck that was still leaking blood. It seemed that this little Li throwing knife was worth its price, it just as sharp as the true steel sword. In fact, the throwing knife was so sharp that it had effortlessly passed through Liang Sheng's neck and now could not be found. However, thinking to the fact that it was now covered in Liang Sheng's blood and gore, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered looking for it. 50 hedonist points had gone down the drain. Qin Feng felt no sympathy for Liang Sheng. If that guy hadn't sought him out of his own accord and said those things about humiliating Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng wouldn't have bothered killing him. However, this sort of arrogant young master, who held no one in his eyes except himself, had probably committed many evil deeds, so his death was well deserved. What Qin Feng had done could be counted as ridding the public of evil. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for helping Zhao Lingxian extricate herself from Liang Sheng's wooing. You have received 500 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Completely eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 20,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in the hedonist sovereign system being reset. The host skills will all be taken back and the host will be required to reopen the hedonist sovereign system again. When he saw Herd Quest's punishment, Qin Feng knew that this was serious business. However, after looking at the reward of 20,000 hedonist points, Qin Feng was willing to get as serious as this quest required him to. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Unparalleled Under the Heavens. Qin Feng had completed 3 quests tonight and now had 800 hedonist points. He felt indescribably excited and was in a rush to spend them. However, he had to clean up the scene first. He couldn't let the Liang family find out that he had done this. Even if he was going to destroy the Liang family, it was still better to strike from the darkness while they were completely unprepared. After all, the capital's Liang family was a large and powerful family, and couldn't be taken lightly. Qin Feng scraped his head while looking at Liang Sheng's body. He had killed people before, but had never cleaned up corpses. Master, let this little pig out. I can help you clean up the corpse and any remains. Suddenly, the little pig began to excitedly jump around in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the cute and chubby little pig came out and began to madly run about. Qin Feng decided that he would let this snotty pig out more. Seeing how excited it looked, it had probably been almost bored to death. Lil piggy, surely you didn't ask me to let you out just so you could play, right? You said you would help me clean up, so what the hell are you doing chasing that female cat? You're not even the same species. Hearing Qin Feng's complaint, the little pig ran over to him, then looked at Liang Sheng and proudly said, no big deal. Leave it to this little pig. I'll get this done in a few seconds. As it spoke, the little pig revealed a serious expression that it had never shown before. It looked at Liang Sheng gravely as it suddenly raised its head. Achoo! Fudge, did you have to make such a big deal out of a sneeze? Qin Feng was quite impressed by the little pig's demeanor and had expected it to do something shocking. However, it had simply sneezed. Achoo! 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 The little pig ignored Qin Feng and continuously sneezed while looking just as serious. Qin Feng couldn't bear to this anymore. Just as he was going to drag the little pig back into the system and make it reflect on its actions, a wave of hot air rushed over. Boom! This time, the little pig didn't sneeze, but released a large fireball. The fireball flew over and landed on Liang Sheng's body. In the blink of an eye, flames that burned as tall as a person shot up, causing Qin Feng to take a few steps back in fear. He looked at Liang Sheng and found that he had already been disintegrated to ashes. Holy crap, little pig, what sort of animal are you? You were probably originally a dinosaur, right? Someone probably threw you into a pigsty and you grew up there. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. This entire time, he had believed that apart from being cute and proud, this little pig was just a useless fighter. However, he now realized that he was completely wrong. It's no big deal. Master, this is just the tip of the iceberg, as far as my abilities go. After I break through and evolve, and enter the intermediate grade, spitting fire will be a piece of cake, the little pig proudly declared in its usual manner. How do you evolve? And how can you spit out fireballs even though you haven't evolved yet? Qin Feng excitedly asked. There are 2 ways to evolve. The first is to let me loose, and allow me to train and break through by myself. It's more or less like Master's own training. The second method is for Master to buy evolution potions so I can quickly evolve. However, the potions are quite expensive. The potion to evolve from elementary to intermediate costs 2,000 Hedonist points. With Master's personality, you definitely won't be willing to buy it for me. Haha, can't we just all get along? Qin Feng awkwardly scraped his head and evilly smiled as he looked at the little pig and said, to be honest, I feel like getting you to train by yourself is a pretty good idea. You're probably bored to death staying in the system every day. The world is so big, you should go out and have a look. Thinking back to the fireball that the little pig just released, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Once it broke through, he would keep it by his side. If he wasn't happy with anyone, he could destroy them with a fireball. This sort of low investment, high return opportunity was something that Qin Feng loved. The little pig condescendingly rolled its eyes at Qin Feng as it coldly harumphed, Master, make sure you think this through properly. I can only produce 1 fireball per month, and I can't use it perfectly yet. Just then, I had to try a few times before I could release it. If Master really wants to throw me out to fend for myself, even a wild dog would be able to bite me to death. Haha, I was just joking. Qin Feng hurriedly dispelled the little pig's thoughts. He had bought this pig for 50 hedonist points and couldn't let it just die like that. Of course, it was mainly because Qin Feng remembered that the little pig had saved him quite a few times. It simply wouldn't be very humane for him to leave it to fend for itself. So, it turns out that firing fireballs for you is like an aunt visiting. It only happens once a month. If I knew that was the case, there's no way I would let you go out by yourself. The outside world is incredibly dangerous, and I would worry about you, Qin Feng guiltily laughed. The little pig coldly laughed along with Qin Feng. Evidently, it didn't believe him. Qin Feng smiled and continued to speak. Little pig, how many times can you evolve then? When you reach intermediate grade, will you be able to fry anyone you want with fireballs? I'm a normal pet, so I can evolve 4 times: elementary, intermediate, advanced and ultra. There's a rare type of pet that can continue to evolve after ultra to sovereign and unlock their special hidden skills. They're all incredibly powerful, but it costs a lot of hedonist points to upgrade them. It's something you wouldn't dare to think about just yet. The little pig looked at Qin Feng meaningfully before continuing to speak. Even if I evolve into intermediate grade, releasing fireballs still takes up a lot of strength. After using up all my strength, I'll need to go into hibernation. Fry anyone I want. Do you think I'm a circus animal? Qin Feng realized that this seemingly harmless little pet was hiding such an immense and terrifying potential. He decided that from today onwards, he would treat it better. It would be a shame for it to roast him when it eventually evolved. Firing a fireball once every month was already the little, elementary grade pig's limit. It seemed like it wouldn't be possible for it to get rid of Liang Sheng's Porsche. However, Qin Feng had never come into contact with this car, so he wasn't worried about the police finding any links to him. He put the little pig on his shoulder and rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Hotel. The scene of a man and his pig riding on a bicycle was quite interesting. The little pig rarely came out from the system, so it excitedly raised its head and continuously whooped in the evening breeze and the wondrous nighttime scenery. However, it was a pity that it was a little pig and not a wolf, which would have been much more fitting for the scene. Its grunt, grunt, grunt noises began to drive Qin Feng crazy. Not too long after Qin Feng left that road, a black shadow suddenly appeared by Liang Sheng's Porsche. The phone in the man's hand let out a blue light, illuminating his evil smile. The scene that was playing on the phone was of Qin Feng killing Liang Sheng. Haha, Qin Feng, just you wait for someone to collect your corpse, the man coldly laughed as he disappeared into the night. By the time Qin Feng returned to the Royal Hotel, it was already past 11 p.m. However, he still felt quite energetic. He lay on his bed and hurriedly opened the Hedonist sovereign system. He now had 750 Hedonist point and could buy quite a few goodies. Lil Piggy, give us some suggestions. After looking through the items, Qin Feng was bedazzled by what he saw. He decided that it was safer to rely on the little pig, his leveling trainer. Master, right now you have 750 Hedonist points. I recommend that you spend 300 Hedonist points now to rank up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal so you can obtain another 3 lottery chances. You should save the remaining 450 Hedonist points to buy the elementary sword skills when you reach 1000 Hedonist points. You can also spend these 750 Hedonist points to level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. When he began to look through the items, he had immediately seen the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. They were worth 1500 Hedonist points, so spending 750 Hedonist points to level up his current fists seemed quite worth it. Master, your Hedonist rank is too low and you haven't unlocked many of the system's functions yet. Right now, you can only level up the skills that you have. The cost for leveling up skills is half of what it would cost to buy the leveled up skill. For example, the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fist skill costs 1500 Hedonist points in the system, but leveling up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fist skill only costs 750 Hedonist points. Qin Feng understood what the little pig was saying and nodded. The little pig continued to speak as it shook its head. When Master ranks up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal, you'll be able to unlock the system's fusion function, which allows you to combine various equipment and skills. When Master has spent more than 10,000 Hedonist points and has become a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, Master will be able to unlock the system's wuxia interface. Any equipment, skills, or medicine in wuxia novels can be bought from the system. The little Li throwing knife was a test item from the system's wuxia interface. As for the other hidden functions of the Hedonist sovereign system, there are only things that Master cannot imagine. There is nothing that the system cannot do. All in all, Master just needs to remember this. With the system at hand, you will be unparalleled under the heavens. The little pig's explanation completely shocked Qin Feng. He knew that this system was quite powerful, but he never thought that it would be to such a degree. If he could rank up to a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, he would be able to unlock the wuxia interface. Just thinking about this made Qin Feng feel incredibly excited. When he was little, he had been a massive fan of wuxia novels, such as Fox Volant of the Snowy Mountain, Demigods and Semidevils, Return of the Condor Heroes and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If he could take out weapons like the Heaven Reliant Sword and the Dragon Slayer Saber, or skills like the 9 Swords of Dugu and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and use them in the current technological age, who knew what sort of incredible things could happen? Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Godly Body Refining Equipment, Flying Dragon Armor. However, that wasn't the most important thing. When he ranked up from a Hedonist mortal to Hedonist warrior, what sort of interface would be unlocked? Qin Feng almost didn't dare to imagine what it would be. Perhaps he would be able to obtain weapons and skills from myths and legend. I should probably level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng finally calmed down. He could predict that the equipment and skills from the wuxia interface definitely wouldn't be cheap. He would have to slowly advance step by step. There were no shortcuts in the path to becoming a powerful figure. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the 750 hedonist points he had were reset to 0. Immediately, a large wave of foreign memories flooded into his mind. His elementary Thunder Tiger Fist skill had become intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Skill rank, yellow rank top grade, rank divisions, sovereign, heaven, earth, black, yellow. Adds another 2 times of strength upon use. For example, if the host has 3 times a normal human strength, the Thunder Tiger Fists will allow the host to unleash 5 times a normal human strength. System price, 1500 hedonist points. Qin Feng hurriedly opened up his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External technique stage, stage 1. HP, 1 times a normal person's lifespan, stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Strength, 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with the Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed, 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Agility, 1 times a normal person's reaction time. Inner technique stage, none. Qi refining stage, none. 5 times a normal person's strength was equivalent to a punching force of 250 kilograms. He could probably smash a small hole in a car with that sort of strength. Qin Feng was ecstatic. External techniques focused on speed and force, and he had an extra 2 times of strength with the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Moreover, after drinking the speed potions, he now also had an advantage over others in terms of speed. Currently, he even had sufficient strength to give a stage 4 expert, who would exceed him by 3 stages, a good battle. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for spending 1000 hedonist points in total and becoming a rank 4 hedonist mortal. The system has awarded you with 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw for prizes? I'll draw. Upon hearing the long-awaited system announcement for the lottery, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. The familiar screen appeared in his mind and the spinning wheel began to rotate. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn intermediate art skills. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. This skill was completely useless. He pumped himself up as he yelled, again, ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn intermediate racing skills. Fudge, my racing skills are already top-no, can't you give me any useful things? Again, Qin Feng started to feel worried. He wasn't sure if he would be able to obtain something he wanted with this final draw. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn a white grade equipment, Flying Dragon Armor. The 3 lottery chances have all been used. Please continue to work hard and complete quests. Please come again. The electronic voice stopped speaking and a domineering-looking armor flashing with white light appeared in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought, the armor appeared on his bed, as a chain of information whirled through his mind. Flying Dragon Armor. Equipment grade, white grade equipment. Upon equipping, will apply 150 kilograms of weight onto the host's body, helping the host to quickly break through his limit. After taking off the armor, the host's speed will explosively increase, creating unimaginable results. System price, 2,000 Hedonist points. The Flying Dragon armor's description left Qin Feng dumbfounded. This armor had come in quite a timely manner. He was in need of a method to quickly break through, and this godly training equipment, the Flying Dragon armor, had been drawn by him. The Flying Dragon armor lay on his bed. It was quite compact, stylish, and shaped like a vest. A silvery white light emanated from it, as if it was a warrior that was awaiting its owner to put it on and rush into battle. Qin Feng caressed the Flying Dragon armor. It didn't feel cold and metallic as he had expected, but was instead soft and comfortable, as if it was made of silk. However, although it looked quite compact and light, it was so heavy that it required all of Qin Feng's strength to lift it up. Qin Feng hurriedly put on the armor, which distributed the 150 kilograms of weight across every part of his body. Having just put it on, he wasn't quite accustomed to it and found it difficult to even breathe. Master, the Flying Dragon armor is incredibly tough, but also soft and comfortable. It also has a stealth function which will prevent other people from seeing it. Qin Feng was walking around in his room, trying to become accustomed to the extra 150 kilograms of weight on his body, when the little pig spoke. Qin Feng felt delighted. This piece of armor was simply too powerful. It would be quite awkward for someone to see him wearing this, so he quickly turned on the stealth function. He looked down, and found that he couldn't see it at all anymore. However, the overwhelming pressure on his body told Qin Feng that it was definitely still on his body. Bang bang bang! Wearing the Flying Dragon armor while practicing with the Thunder Tiger fists made Qin Feng's actions seem incredibly unwieldy and slow. However, the might in his fists was not to be looked down upon. The sound of air exploding rang out around the room. Because of the additional 150 kilograms, Qin Feng's actions were much slower than usual. By the time he had finished going through half a set of exercises, he was already breathing raggedly and his back was covered in sweat. Despite this, he did not stop. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he continued to practice. Ever since he had broken into Stage 1, he hadn't felt his body quickly strengthening and being refined. He knew that his body was rapidly developing towards Stage 2. Qin Feng knew that with the Flying Dragon armor, it wouldn't be too long before he would break into Stage 2. He pushed himself into training for 1 hour with the Thunder Tiger fists, but his body had reached its limit. Although he felt that he would faint if he took even a single step, he was still quite far away from breaking into Stage 2. He couldn't help but stop training and collapse onto the bed. Qin Feng didn't even have the strength to take a shower as he fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning of the next day, as the bright sunlight fell on the vast sports field, the crowd erupted into yelling and cheering. Following the crowd's gaze, one could see an impressive-looking, handsome young man speeding around the sports field on an old 28 bicycle. Needless to say, this young man was the hedonist young master, Qin Feng. Currently, Qin Feng was wearing the Flying Dragon armor while riding the bicycle. Sweat poured down his body as he furiously pedaled. This attention-kying new ride of his was simply too shocking. He once again caused a massive crowd to gather around the sports field, with everyone eyeing to see what this young Master Qin was up to today. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the yelling and cheering, but spotted a familiar person within the crowd. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Chinese Art Competition. Zhao Lingxian was wearing a snow-white lace dress, which fell to her knees. Her slim legs were incredibly straight and eye-catching, and she looked like a beautiful fairy standing in the crowd. Her gaze was as soft and still as water as it fell on Qin Feng. Seeing him ride the 28 bicycle around the track, a hint of warmth appeared in her eyes, and she felt an urge to sit on the bike. As she thought to herself, Qin Feng's bicycle stopped in front of her as he gave a dazzling smile. "Princess Lingxian, would you like to ride on this warrior's chariot and experience traveling as fast as lightning?" Zhao Lingxian spaced out for a while as she looked at Qin Feng's handsome face. After lapsing into silence for a few moments, she surprisingly nodded. She stretched out her white and delicate hand, allowing Qin Feng to pull her onto the bicycle. The sound of cheering, discussions and the wind. The sports field was instantly thrown into an uproar, and everyone was talking about Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Qin Feng had publicly rescinded the marriage between Zhao Lingxian and himself not too long ago, and now he was acting close with her again. No one could tell what he was thinking. This was the first time Zhao Lingxian hadn't felt angry when being talked about. All of the voices around her were blown away by the wind, and she closed her eyes, feeling like she had returned to her younger days. She could only experience this sort of wonderful and mysterious feeling when she sat on Qin Feng's bicycle. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Zhao Lingxian was already as beautiful as a celestial goddess, and looked like a princess wearing her snow-white dress, which fluttered as she rode around the track. The wind blew her hair around, causing her to lose the cold aura that was normally around her. She had a lovely look on her face, one that was rarely seen, and her skirt occasionally lifted. The onlookers had glimpses of her thighs, which caused the males to drool. Many of them wished they could use their lips to comfort her from her feet to her legs. Of course, Qin Feng was using one of his hands to hold down Zhao Lingxian's skirt, otherwise many of the perverts really would have seen everything. Although his hand was separated from her thighs by the thin dress, the supple feeling on his fingers stimulated him to ride faster and faster. Qin Feng rode 30 laps before becoming so tired that he almost couldn't breathe. He stopped riding as he gulped down air and smiled, saying, "Enough, enough, Princess Lingxian, you must have gained weight. I'm so tired that I can't even ride anymore." Qin Feng. A wave of cold intent surged from Zhao Lingxian's body as she glared at Qin Feng with flames in her eyes. Women hated other people saying they were fat. Zhao Lingxian felt like killing him on the spot after hearing Qin Feng say this in front of so many people. This was especially because Zhao Lingxian felt that she was not fat at all. In fact, she had a tall and sexy body, and there were always countless gazes glued to her. If he wasn't satisfied with such a body, just what could satisfy him? She got off Qin Feng's bicycle in a huff and savagely pinched his waist before turning and leaving. Qin Feng was completely spent, and didn't have any energy to chase after her with. However, seeing her angrily leave, he felt that she looked quite cute. At the very least, this was cuter than her normal Isa-looking appearance. "Young Master Li, I can't WA anymore. I want to kill that Qin Feng." In the corner of the sports field, Hua Ming and Li Xiaojie of Acropolis City's 4 young masters sat under a parasol as they looked at the beauties. Seeing the affectionate scene between Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian, Hua Ming's face turned green. Yu Wenxiong was determined to make the pure beauty Lin Bei Bei his, and had fought with Qin Feng as a result. In the end, he could only shamefully run away. Hua Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes set on the cold and arrogant beauty Zhao Lingxian. Having seen Qin Feng publicly rescind their marriage, then flirt with her in public, Hua Ming's eyes burned with flames and he wanted to slice him into pieces. "If you're not happy, then deal with him. Big bro here's got your back." Li Xiaojie, who had remained neutral, now sinisterly smiled as he encouraged Hua Ming to go against Qin Feng. Hua Ming's eyes widened, even he couldn't believe Li Xiaojie would say such a thing. However, very soon, an eerie smile appeared on Hua Ming's charming face. With these words from Li Xiaojie, Hua Ming felt much more confident. A cold smile flashed on his face as he said, "Qin Feng, your elder's going to savagely slap your face today, just you wait." After resting for a while, Qin Feng's body slowly recovered. He rode his bicycle through the university, attracting countless gazes, then went to the dining hall and ordered 3 breakfast sets. Finally, he then went to the arts department's lecture hall. Coming to the lecture hall made Qin Feng feel a bit absent-minded. The last time he had a lesson here, he had publicly confessed to Lin Bei Bei, and now, he had already become much more familiar with the Hedonist sovereign system. Compared to the person he was before, Qin Feng had changed greatly. Although only a few days had passed, it felt like many centuries to him. Class hadn't started yet, and looking around, Qin Feng saw Lin Bei Bei and Zhao Lingxian. The 2 of them were both good students, and were already seated at the front row with the walkway in between them. Qin Feng smiled and walked over, and placed a breakfast set in front of each of them. "Little sister Lin, Princess Ling Xian, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" Qin Feng was desk mates with Lin Bei, so he sat down next to her as he began eating. After training for an entire morning, Qin Feng had expended much energy and felt completely ravenous. All of the other students were completely flabbergasted. They had long since heard that Qin Feng had made Lin Bei his, but who would have the gall to flirt with two goddesses at once? This young master Qin's appetite was simply too big. This was simply what was called eating the food in his bowl while eyeing the food in the pot. Didn't he fear being killed by the cold and arrogant goddess, Zhao Lingxian? The two women didn't mind the discussions about them, and both of them sat there quietly, looking a bit spaced out. After seeing Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian cuddling together the previous night, Lin Bei found it difficult to sleep. She had hoped that Qin Feng truly did like her, and that they could walk together forever. However, Lin Bei now knew how dumb she was. Qin Feng was still Qin Feng, romantic, dissolute and sensual. Why would be interested in a poor girl like her? And even if he was interested, it wouldn't be for anything good, nor would it last very long. On the other hand, Zhao Lingxian was thinking about Lin Bei. Zhao Lingxian found that she was starting to like Qin Feng more and more, and realized that she would always feel incredibly happy and forget the time when she was with Qin Feng. However, whenever she thought to the fact that Lin Bei was staying at the royal clubhouse, she would angrily gnash her teeth. However, despite thinking those things, neither woman said or did anything, causing all the other students to feel shocked. They had both silently accepted the breakfast Qin Feng had given them. The crowd that had been waiting for Zhao Lingxian to explode in anger was disappointed to see her remain silent. However, this only increased the respect they felt for Qin Feng. In the end, young Master Qin was young Master Qin. He actually dared to flirt with both goddesses in public, as well as cause them to interact harmoniously. There was not a single person who didn't marvel at this. Hua Ming, who just walked into the lecture hall, did not feel a shred of admiration at all. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng, wanting to smack him. After hesitating for a moment, Hua Ming mustered up his courage and strode over to Qin Feng. He gloomily spoke, "Qin Feng, what a lucky man you are. I can't help but admire how you can flirt simultaneously with the two goddesses of our arts department." Despite talking about admiring him, there was not a hint of admiration in his eyes. Instead, there was only icy coldness. "Young Master Hua, do you have any business with me? If not, don't disturb my flirting." Qin Feng hated hypocrites, and liked to be direct. As such, no matter if it was the Acropolis City's 4 princes or the Acropolis University's 4 young masters, all of them excluded Qin Feng and disliked him. Seeing Hua Ming come over and say such things, Qin Feng knew he was up to no good. "Qin Feng, it's best to leave a way out for yourself. You angered young Master Yu over Lin Bei a few days ago, so you'd best keep yourself out of trouble," Hua Ming threateningly said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew about Hua Ming wanting Zhao Lingxian, but because he was an insidious and dissolute person, he didn't want to see his little sister Lingxian fall into his hands. "You're threatening me, eh?" Qin Feng smiled as he said, "That day at the sports field, Yu Wenxiong also threatened me, and what was the result? That brat was beaten by me. Are you also looking for a beating today?" Hua Ming was so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. However, thinking to Qin Feng's skills, he felt a bit scared, and calmed himself down. Fighting is the most low-class way of resolving conflict. This is a university, and we're all educated members of the upper-class society. Do you dare to compete with this young master using brains? What do you have in mind? Qin Feng casually asked. Brains. Before, Qin Feng would have been worried. However, he had drawn calligraphy, piano and art skills from the lottery. He could not be called a master of literature. We're all from the arts department, and our major is in Chinese art. As such, we'll keep it simple. Each of us will pick a person and paint that person using Chinese art. We'll ask teacher Yun Xiao to adjudicate, and whoever paints the better painting will be the winner. Hua Ming was completely confident. Before making this challenge, he had made sufficient preparations. Although Qin Feng and Hua Ming were both hedonistic young masters and liked to play around, Qin Feng came to the arts department because there were many beauties here. On the other hand, Hua Ming was extraordinarily talented in art, and liked painting. In the arts department, he was one of the top students, and the depths of his paintings were unrivaled. Even some of the professors publicly praised his works. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Astonishing Performance. Hua Ming challenged Qin Feng to his specialty and attracted the attention of many people. He knew that Qin Feng had almost no skills in that area. After all, most people knew that apart from seducing women, Qin Feng didn't seem to have any other skills. Well, don't tell me you're too scared to compete with this young master. Hua Ming started to mock Qin Feng after seeing that Qin Feng hadn't replied. If their positions were reversed, Hua Ming definitely wouldn't agree to such a one-sided competition. That would simply be suicide. However, Qin Feng definitely was not scared. His motto was "Life is filled with continuous challenges." It was just that he had only drawn the intermediate art skills the previous night, and he didn't think he would be able to use it so quickly. Various classic masterpieces appeared in Qin Feng's mind. A multitude of art techniques, as well as experience from masters like Qi Baisha, surfaced within his memories. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Hua Ming as he said with relish, "All right, let's compete in Chinese art. However, before competing, we should set a punishment for the person who loses." Hua Ming was a bit shocked, but he quickly recovered and gave a pleased smile. He was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't dare to compete with him, but he had agreed so readily, and even suggested to set a punishment for the loser. Hua Ming was so excited that he almost cried out. However, he maintained a calm exterior as he smiled and said, "Since I chose the rules for the competition, young Master Qin can decide on the punishment." "All right, how about this? You challenged me to a Chinese art competition because you wanted to slap my face in public. In that case, whoever loses must allow all the other classmates to hit them on the head while saying you are trash. What do you think?" Qin Feng said as he chuckled and looked at Hua Ming. Hua Ming was immediately blown away by Qin Feng's confidence. Since that guy knew that he was trying to publicly slap his face and humiliate him, why did he set such a harsh punishment? Was he completely confident in his victory? However, very soon, Hua Ming felt quite relieved. Although Qin Feng had defeated Yu Wenxiong and caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded, Chinese art was not as simple as fighting. It was possible that because Qin Feng was the child of a big family, he had been forced to learn self-defense techniques when he was younger. Coupled with some luck, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat Yu Wenxiong. However, art required many months and years of practice. Without 5 or 6 years of practice, it was impossible to draw a good drawing or painting. Moreover, mere hard work was not enough. Art required more talent. Without a natural understanding of colors and lines, no matter how hard one worked, it was impossible for them to become a master. Hua Ming was an art genius, and was completely confident that no one could defeat him. He was just as confident as Qin Feng was confident in seducing women. "All right, we'll go with that then," Hua Ming said in a pleased manner. "However, the winner should have a prize. How about the winner gets to kiss Goddess Zhao Lingxian in front of everyone else? And it must be a kiss on the mouth." A kiss on the mouth. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's hearts thumped, and they thought of the intense scene in Zhao Lingxian's room the previous night. Qin Feng looked over at Zhao Lingxian and licked his lips as he casually replied, "Sure." Qin Feng now felt quite grateful to Hua Ming. This guy was quite a good brother. He had suggested the thing that Qin Feng wanted to suggest, as Qin Feng was too scared to say it. Zhao Lingxian's cold face immediately became red. After looking at Qin Feng, she coldly glared at Hua Ming as she said, "Moran, you can bet whatever you want, but don't drag me into it." Qin Feng and Hua Ming looked at each other without saying anything, silently confirming the conditions of the competition. As for whether Zhao Lingxian would agree or not when the time came, it wasn't the first time Qin Feng had forced a kiss on her anyway. "Let's begin then." Hua Ming was incredibly eager to win against Qin Feng. He desperately wanted to see the whole class hit Qin Feng and mock him, then kiss Zhao Lingxian's lips. The spectating classmates couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. By this time, there were already 2 spots prepared for them, with fine paper, Chinese art colors, brushes, palettes, Chinese ink, etc. As soon as Hua Ming sat down, his aura completely changed. He calmly lifted his brush and quickly started mixing colors. His brush then flew over the fine paper with vigor, yet elegance. He was indeed quite skilled. Qin Feng didn't move for a while, and instead weighed Hua Ming paint. After obtaining the intermediate art skills, he could very easily find flaws in pieces of art. Hua Ming's art style was quite unique, and he was indeed quite skilled. However, in the eyes of Qin Feng, who could now stand shoulder to shoulder with giants like Qi Baisha, his skills were nothing. Lin Bei Bei couldn't help but cry out after seeing Qin Feng sit unmoving for a while. Qin Feng, why aren't you painting yet? It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, you should at least try. Although she believed in Qin Feng, she knew just how talented Hua Ming was. As such, she didn't expect Qin Feng to win. This was even more so for the other students. They all started to quietly talk amongst themselves. Most of them were saying that Qin Feng wasn't doing anything because he knew that he had definitely lost, so he didn't even have the courage to paint anymore. However, the most worried out of everyone was Zhao Lingxian. Before, if someone dared to use her as a bet, she would have given them a furious slap. Especially if the bet concerned kissing her. However, because Qin Feng was participating, she strangely wanted Qin Feng to win. Thinking back to the passionate kiss from the previous night, Zhao Lingxian felt her body become a bit numb. She still couldn't get over that marvelous feeling. Alright, I'm going to start now. Qin Feng suddenly started to move. His hand swept out, and it seemed like the brush in his hands possessed a soul of its own. It started to dance around in his hands with great precision and freedom. Not only did he have intermediate art skills, he also had elementary calligraphy skills. The 2 skills combined together gave full play to Qin Feng's brilliance. Everyone present was completely shocked. No matter if Qin Feng truly painted a great piece of art or not, just his actions and the aura around him was enough to impress everyone. Color mixing, lifting the brush, lowering the brush, painting. He was like a sovereign of art, and he gave off the air of a maestro. His eyes were focused and in stern concentration as he gazed at the fine paper, and wherever his hand moved, it would leave behind mesmerizing colors. At this moment, the spectators, whose hearts were already beating quickly, felt as if their eyes were going to pop out. Qin Feng's proficient use of the brush made it seem like it was a fish swimming in water. However, he suddenly grabbed a brush with his left hand and he started to paint on another sheet of fine paper, simultaneously painting 2 paintings. His right hand and left hand were just as nimble as each other, and the brushes seemed to come alive. Wherever the brushes landed, flowers seemed to bloom. Even Hua Ming, who had been working in stern concentration, put down his brush and stared at Qin Feng's performance. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, A Scene Worth Waiting For. Swish swish swish. The sounds of Qin Feng's brushes landing on the fine paper sounded like beautiful melodies. 10 minutes passed, and after finishing a painting with his right hand, he pushed it away as he opened a new sheet of fine paper and started painting on it. His focused and handsome face, as well as the majestic and confident air around him, made him seem as if he was on par with Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great southern talents of the Ming dynasty. Alright, I'm done. Qin Feng stopped painting, and threw the brushes in his hands to the side. He looked around him, and found that everyone was still immersed in their shock. Young Master Hua, are you done painting? Qin Feng ignored these people. He was competing with Hua Ming. He came to his side and saw that he too had finished. The person Hua Ming had painted was the same as one of the people he had painted, Zhao Lingxian. It was just that Hua Ming was too focused on Zhao Lingxian's appearance, and did not truly understand her innermost thoughts. Although she looked as beautiful as a goddess, her expression made the onlooker feel a chill when they looked at her. It was just like the normal Zhao Lingxian, beautiful, but completely unapproachable. Chinese art was characterized by a freehand style, and focused on the artistic conception of a work, as well as the arrangement of ideas. From Qin Feng's viewpoint, Hua Ming did not satisfy either of these things. At this moment, a pleasant voice called out from outside the door. "Students, sorry I'm late. Let's begin class now." The students turned to see Yun Xiao walk in. As she entered the lecture hall, she was stunned. The whole class was gathered in a big circle, with the same expression of their faces. It was as if someone had frozen them all in time. "Students, we're starting now," Yun Xiao called out a bit louder. This time, a few students noticed her, and they excitedly brought her over to Qin Feng and Hua Ming. "Teacher Yun Xiao, please adjudicate for us. Which of these 4 paintings is better?" Yun Xiao still hadn't realized what was happening, and the students wanted her to judge the paintings without knowing who had painted which one. She was closer to Hua Ming's painting, so she started looking at that one first. It was evident that the subject of the painting was the most beautiful girl in the arts department, Zhao Lingxian. After taking a careful look at it, Yun Xiao gave a slight nod as she said, "The painter's skill is profound, and has very mature skills in painting. The subject bears a complete resemblance to the real person, and one can tell who it is at a glance." Yun Xiao could be called an expert in Chinese art, and for her to say such things, the painter was evidently quite remarkable. However, she continued, "But this painting lacks spirit. I'm unable to put this clearly into words." Yun Xiao then looked at Zhao Lingxian as she smiled and asked, "Student Lingxian, what do you think?" The subject of the painting was Zhao Lingxian, so her thoughts were important as well. Zhao Lingxian nodded as she spoke, this painting bears some likeness to me. Teacher Yun Xiao, you can have a look at the other paintings." Zhao Lingxian didn't really like Hua Ming. Even if his painting was excellent, she wouldn't bother to give it a good look. On the other hand, she was very curious as to whether Qin Feng had painted her. Because Qin Feng covered up his paintings after finishing each one, no one knew what he had drawn. Yun Xiao nodded, showing that she agreed with Zhao Lingxian's words. She walked over to another painting as she lightly took off the covering. Her delicate body slightly trembled as her eyes lit up. This was also a painting of Zhao Lingxian. However, compared to the extremely icy and cold painting of her from before, this one made her seem lively and full of spirit. The Zhao Lingxian in the painting was wearing a light yellow dress as she stood in a flowerbed. She had her eyes closed as she raised her face to the sky, with a blissful smile on her face. She seemed completely different to the cold and arrogant Zhao Lingxian in real life, and yet she seemed so real and likable. She had a friendly and warm aura around her, and all the boys wished they could drag that Zhao Lingxian into reality and secretly keep her as his. Zhao Lingxian's frame shook. When she looked at this painting, her eyes misted up, and she had to fight back the tears to prevent them from falling out. That intoxicatingly beautiful girl in the painting stabbed at her heart. It was the girl who happily played with Qin Feng in her childhood, the real self that she buried deep within her. She was cold and prideful because of the lack of warmth and care she had received. She was afraid of being hurt, so she had put on this icy mask. Yun Xiao stood in front of the painting for a while without speaking. She suddenly walked over to the next painting while softly saying, "I haven't been able to think of the words to praise the previous painting. I'll have a look at the next one first." After lifting off the covering, her body once again trembled. The subject of this painting was someone everyone familiar with. It was one of the other beauties of the art department, Lin Bei Bei. Lin Bei Bei was in a busy city, with people all around her. However, she was squatting in a forgotten corner with her head resting on her knees. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes, as if she was a child forgotten by the world. However, there was a pair of big, strong hands on her shoulders. They seemed to contain boundless strength, causing what should have seemed like a dreary scene to become warm and blissful. Everyone who looked at the Lin Bei Bei in the painting felt that she was not lonely, because there was someone to protect her and stay with her. As for who the hands belonged to, only Lin Bei Bei knew. She was sure that these hands belonged to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had helped her too much, to the point that she had started to become dependent on him. Every time she stood next to Qin Feng, she would have a sense of safety. Lin Bei Bei, who had suffered many hardships since she was young, felt the toughness within her shatter. She could feel a pair of large hands meticulously protecting her. She turned around as tears flooded down her face. Once again, Yun Xiao did not say anything as she hurriedly came to the third painting and pulled off the covering. She suddenly felt as if her head had been hit by something heavy as it buzzed and her mind blanked out. Yun Xiao's body swayed, and would have fallen to the ground if Qin Feng hadn't caught her. The subject of this painting was Yun Xiao. In the painting, she was standing in an amusement park. There were couples everywhere, creating a sweet and romantic scene. However, Yun Xiao was standing by herself. She looked at this blissful scene with a bit of emptiness in her eyes. At her age, she desired finding a lover, marrying and settling down much more than people around Qin Feng's age. Those who looked closely would find that in a corner of the amusement park stood a shadow. His features weren't clear, but the man stood silently, looking at Yun Xiao. This shadow didn't escape Yun Xiao's eyes. When she looked at it, she felt that it looked incredibly familiar. Slowly, the shadow and Qin Feng's likeness fused together, giving her clarity. She suddenly thought of that night when Qin Feng had come alone to save her. It was the first time someone had risked so much for her. However, that scene was quickly replaced with the sight of blood and guts. The black-clothed men who had been chopped in half, as well as the blood-covered martyr who also flashed in her mind. Qin Feng's actions that night had completely frightened Yun Xiao. If it wasn't because Qin Feng had killed those people for her, a righteous teacher like Yun Xiao would have reported him to the police. "Teacher Yun Xiao, have you finished looking? Have you made a decision?" Qin Feng held Yun Xiao upright as he smiled and asked. Yun Xiao hurriedly shook away those horrifying memories. After steadying her emotions, she slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, those 3 paintings were painted by the same person. That person's talent in art is simply astounding, and their skills are unimaginably profound. They're at a level where even I can't comment." After letting out a breath, Yun Xiao continued to speak. "As for the other painting, it's also quite good, but compared to these 3, it's lacking some spirit. Simply put, the 2 artists simply aren't on the same level. The person who painted these 3 paintings completely defeated the other person." This conclusion was already extremely clear. Even an idiot would be able to understand it. Qin Feng's artistic skill far surpassed Hua Ming's. Although the crowd had already guessed that Qin Feng would win after seeing how he painted and the lifelike paintings, hearing Yun Xiao say these words sent waves crashing through everyone's hearts. Recently, this young master Qin seemed to have become someone else. He was now some sort of godly person. Hua Ming's face became incredibly gloomy and cold as he stood in the corner. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at the people praising and cheering on Qin Feng. He simply couldn't believe that he had lost to Qin Feng in art. This was a massive blow to him, causing him to feel utterly humiliated. "Since the adjudication has finished, I'll give these paintings to you 3. I hope you like them." Qin Feng smiled as he gave the respective paintings to Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei, and Yun Xiao. The 3 women accepted the fine paper as they looked at the true depictions of themselves. They gently scrolled up the paintings, each of them thinking to treasure this painting and take good care of it. Yun Xiao then went to the lectern, and after calming herself down, she began to teach. During this lesson, Qin Feng didn't make any trouble. He had been working hard for the entire morning, and now lay on the desk as he napped. This caused Yun Xiao to feel a bit strange. Going through a lesson smoothly made her feel like something was missing. After class, Yun Xiao packed her things and left, but the students all quietly sat in their seats. Not a single person dashed out of the lecture hall like they usually did. This was because victory and defeat were decided between Qin Feng and Hua Ming, and the rewards and punishments hadn't been given out yet. No matter if it was hitting Hua Ming's face or Qin Feng kissing Zhao Lingxian, they were all a scene worth waiting for. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Qin Feng grinned as he walked over to Hua Ming. He had never shown mercy towards enemies who provoked him for no reason. "Young Master Hua, I'm terribly sorry but it seems I've accidentally won against you," Qin Feng calmly said as he looked at Hua Ming. "Since victory and loss have already been decided, let's start dishing out the rewards and punishments. I'm sure that a famous figure like young Master Hua won't go back on a bet, right?" Hua Ming really couldn't go back on his bet. Even if he could avoid being hit by the other students and being called trash, he would gain the reputation of being a sore loser who couldn't keep a bet in the entire university. That would result in a massive loss of face, making it impossible for him to lift up his head in the entire Acropolis University again. However, in the end, he was still one of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters, and he possessed a powerful background. He looked quite calm as he coolly looked at Qin Feng and said, "I, young Master Hua, have always kept my word and keep my bets. Isn't it just hitting my face? Come, if anyone dares to do it, then do it." Hua Ming's words evidently contained a veiled threat. The students who had been looking forwards to hitting this proud young master all shrunk back. Facing the majestic background of this young master, no one dared to make a move. They were all afraid that if any of them dared to satisfy this craving of theirs, their legs would be broken as soon as they stepped out of the university. Ha ha. See, Qin Feng, it's not that your elder doesn't accept his loss, but that these people are all cowards. Even though I've given them the chance, they don't dare to touch your elder. Hua Ming was very pleased at what he saw, and felt as if he had conquered this group of people. He looked at Qin Feng smugly as he said, "Your elder's quite busy. Since there's no one who dares to touch me, I'll be going now." Just as he spoke, a crisp slapping sound rang out. This slap completely stunned Hua Ming. He had thought that all of the students had been frightened off by him, and that no one would dare to make a move against him. However, after receiving this slap, he knew that he had been too naive. He even forgot about the fiery, stinging pain on his face as he murderously stared at Qin Feng. This was because this slap had come from Qin Feng. Who said no one dares to hit you? This young master didn't say such a thing. Qin Feng hadn't had enough after one slap, so he slapped out another 2 times as he laughed. "Since no one else dares to slap you, this young master will have to do a bit of toiling and labor for everyone." Slap slap slap. Slaps continuously rained down on Hua Ming's face and head, sending tremors through everyone's hearts. Hua Ming liked to rely on his family's background and bully other students. Most people didn't dare to express their anger towards him or retaliate, so seeing young Master Qin do this greatly pleased them. Their eyes became like stars as they weighed the scene unfold. To them, Qin Feng looked like a celestial soldier sent to punish the evil demon from hell. At first, Hua Ming vehemently gazed at Qin Feng, wanting to retaliate. However, Qin Feng began to slap harder and harder, faster and faster. In the end, he started to use both hands as he alternated between them. Hua Ming's head was like a rattle drum as he was battered by Qin Feng's hands. The pain caused Hua Ming to grimace and scream in pain. By now, he was covering his head with his hands, trying to protect himself as much as possible. The scene was like a parent strictly disciplining their child after the child did an awful deed. Everyone was ecstatic. After slapping Hua Ming tens of times, Qin Feng's hands became sore, so he finally stopped slapping. He grumbled, "In future, I'll have to find someone to slap for me instead." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Hua Ming was so angry that he almost vomited up blood. He had lost all face today, and was in no mood to stay behind. He covered his head as he scrambled out of the lecture hall. "All right, since I've finished disciplining the wild dog, it's time for the victor to receive his prize. I'm sure everyone wants to see Princess Zhao Lingxian kiss, right?" Qin Feng spoke as he grinned at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian was still sitting in her seat, which was unusual. Normally, she would have walked off already, because she never had an interest in such things. Moreover, the bet concerned her. She would have to kiss whoever won. In the past, Zhao Lingxian would have angrily slapped that person, but she slightly looked forward to it, which was why she didn't leave. This was because she knew that the person who won was Qin Feng. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Qin Feng's words drew an immediate response from the crowd. Many of these people had crushes on Zhao Lingxian. However, they all knew that they had no chance with Zhao Lingxian. Thus, if they saw Zhao Lingxian kiss Qin Feng, they could at least swap out Qin Feng for themselves in their minds. So immature. In the end, Zhao Lingxian didn't have the courage to kiss Qin Feng in front of everyone else. She suddenly thought of Qin Feng publicly rescinding their marriage. If she went and kissed Qin Feng after all that, she wouldn't be able to keep living. She savagely glared at Qin Feng, then lowered her head and ran out of the lecture hall. No one saw that her cheeks were faintly red. Seeing this, Lin Bei felt a bit gloomy. She didn't think that Qin Feng would publicly ask Zhao Lingxian for a kiss. It seemed that young Master Qin was young Master Qin, sensual and dissolute. They simply lived in different worlds. She looked at Qin Feng, feeling a sense of loss, as she slowly walked out of the lecture hall. Seeing that the beauty had run off, Qin Feng decided that there wasn't much point in staying. After walking out of the lecture hall, he prepared to ride his stylish 28 bicycle back to the Royal Hotel to have a rest. However, after walking out of the university, he saw Yun Xiao and a man intensely arguing about something. Qin Feng hurriedly pedaled over. "Xiao Xiao, our families arranged our marriage half a year ago, but you've been avoiding me this whole time. You even ran from the capital to a small place like the Acropolis city. As a member of the capital's Yun family, you can't escape from this. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I'll be able to find you. Just marry me and make our families happy, that's the best thing for everyone." Standing opposite Yun Xiao was a tall and handsome man. He was wearing expensive-looking clothing as he elegantly stood there, caught the attention of many girls. However, Yun Xiao didn't look too happy to see this man. She looked away as she coldly replied, "That marriage was forcefully arranged by our families, and I never agreed to it. Wei Xiao Lei, I don't feel anything towards you, so please stop harassing me." After speaking, Yun Xiao turned to leave. An icy glint appeared in Wei Xiao Lei's eyes as he reached out to grab Yun Xiao, when suddenly a person blocked him. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, I'll give you a 5-minute head start. When Wei Xiao Lei looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly come over, his eyes were filled with hostility. He said in a sinister voice, "Brat, this is none of your business. It's best that you don't make trouble out of nothing." Yun Xiao was also surprised to see Qin Feng. However, after seeing how outrageously Wei Xiao Lei had spoken to Qin Feng, she glared at him and said, "This is my student, please speak with some tact." Wei Xiao Lei sized up Qin Feng as the coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "Student? Yun Xiao, could it be that you came to a little place like the Acropolis city for a pretty boy like him?" He laughed. Yun Xiao's chest heaved, and she couldn't even be bothered give Wei Xiao Lei an explanation. As she began to leave, she grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said, "Qin Feng, let's go, don't worry about him." Seeing this, Wei Xiao Lei's eyes almost shot out fire. He had known Yun Xiao for more than 20 years, but this was the first time she had taken the initiative to hold a man's head. Moreover, she seemed to cherish this student a lot. Wei Xiao Lei definitely wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between Yun Xiao and Qin Feng. He strode over and blocked the path in front of them, giving them a cold stare while saying, "Yun Xiao, you'd best reevaluate what you're doing. If our families found out about this, what do you think will happen to this brat? Hehe, if I were you, I wouldn't want to drag down a student whose facial hair hasn't even grown out yet. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying." Yun Xiao's face became bright red. Of course, she could hear the thinly veiled threat in Wei Xiao Lei's words. If she didn't do as he wished, he would slander her and Qin Feng in front of their families, causing Qin Feng to suffer the consequences. Yun Xiao didn't care about her status or reputation. Wei Xiao Lei could say whatever he wanted about her. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Although she knew that the Qin family was quite powerful in Acropolis City, she knew that the Yun family and Wei family in the capital were no pushovers either. As such, she truly began to worry about Qin Feng. "What do you want?" Yun Xiao angrily asked. When he saw that Yun Xiao had given in, Wei Xiao Lei smiled with glee as he said with relish, "I don't really want anything, I just want to complete the marriage arranged by our families. Tell this brat to piss off so I can take you back. There are some matters I want to discuss with you in private between ourselves." As he spoke, Wei Xiao Lei's eyes flashed with an evil light, which made Yun Xiao feel disgusted. However, she had no other choice, and she turned to Qin Feng to ask him to leave. At this moment, Qin Feng started to speak. After listening to the conversation for so long, he understood the general gist of what was happening. Yun Xiao's family and Wei Xiao Lei's family had arranged a marriage for them. However, Yun Xiao did not like Wei Xiao Lei, so she chose to escape to Acropolis City to teach. Despite this, he wouldn't stop pestering her, and had come to the university to bring her back. Qin Feng was also from a big family and had almost been forced into a marriage by his father. After the incident with Zhao Lingxian, Qin Huang had once again arranged a marriage for him, with a woman he had never even met before. Qin Feng also despised this sort of thing. Teacher Yun Xiao, it's pretty hot today. There's an annoying fly that keeps buzzing around. Do you want to buy some by spray and kill it? After being called an annoying fly by Qin Feng, Wei Xiao Lei became so angry that his face darkened. He fiercely looked at Qin Feng with eyes that shot daggers with each word he spoke. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing how. Oh, really? I'll worry about that when I'm dead. Qin Feng smiled as he glanced at Wei Xiao Lei. In order to anger him even more, he wrapped his arm around Yun Xiao's waist and affectionately said to her, Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back. Sure. Feeling Qin Feng's arm around her, Yun Xiao's face flushed red in embarrassment. She could tell that Qin Feng was trying to help her, so although she felt a little uncomfortable, she went along with him. You stinking brat, you'd better get your dirty hands off her immediately. Otherwise, you'll never be able to use that arm again. Wei Xiao Lei's menacingly threatened. He ran over once again and stopped Yun Xiao, saying, Yun Xiao, I hope you've thought about this carefully. Qin Feng impatiently waved his free hand, as if he was shooing away a fly. Hurry up and go away, our teacher Yun Xiao is very busy. I'm sure you're not as fast as I am, so I should be the one to take her back, he interjected. When he heard this, Wei Xiao Lei laughed in surprise. Qin Feng saying that he could drive faster than him was an absolute joke. As a hedonistic young master, Wei Xiao Lei had no skills in finance, business, or management. However, his skills in seducing women, racing, and gambling were all superb. This was especially so for racing. He was one of the top racers in the capital and was nicknamed the Ghost Mountain God Racer by other racers. This was because he had never lost while racing on a certain ghost mountain in the outskirts of the capital before. Brat, do you dare to race with your elder and see who's faster? Wei Xiao Lei felt incredibly confident. Despite racing for more than 10 years, he hadn't found many people who were on par with him. Who could he possibly fear in this tiny Acropolis city? Within the Wei family's car park, there were more than 10 limited edition race cars. The one he had driven today was his favorite limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. There were only 12 of these limited edition models in the world, and they could only be bought in Italy. In order to obtain this limited edition car, Wei Xiao Lei had spent much effort and used his family's connections. Although he hadn't seen what car Qin Feng had driven, he was sure that it wouldn't be able to compare his cool and flashy his Gran Turismo. The Retro 28 bicycle that Qin Feng had brought was indeed not as cool or flashy as the Gran Turismo. However, Qin Feng was incredibly fast on this bicycle. Hearing that Wei Xiao Lei had overestimated his capabilities and challenged him, Qin Feng smiled and agreed. Since you're so desperate to race with me, I'll show some compassion and accept. Wei Xiao Lei was completely infuriated by Qin Feng's haughty manner. When did I show desperation to race against you? Who cares if you want to race or not? Just as he was about to start cursing at Qin Feng continued to speak, however, since it's a race, we need to make it interesting. Since you want to race and see who's faster, whoever loses will give their ride to the other person. Do you dare to accept this bet? Qin Feng had said this quite casually. Although he hadn't seen what car Wei Xiao Lei had brought with him, he knew that even if he lost, he would only lose the 28 bicycle that he had spent a few $100s on. If he won, he would win an expensive and luxurious car. Looking at how magnificently dressed Wei Xiao Lei was, as well as the arrogance with which he spoke with, the car he drove definitely wouldn't be too shabby. Of course. Who would be afraid? Wei Xiao Lei cocked his head up, looking high and mighty. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could beat him, so he simply didn't care about the stakes. Alright, I'll go and bring my luxury car over then. After speaking, Qin Feng went to find his bicycle, while Wei Xiaolei went to drive over his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. As he started the engine of the car, it buzzed with a low but mighty vroom vroom, which attracted the attention of many students. Seeing this incredibly cool-looking car, they all cried out and tried to get closer. Although they had not started racing yet, the reaction that his car brought caused Wei Xiaolei to feel incredibly pleased. He stepped down on the accelerator, causing the car to shoot out like an arrow from a bow. As he approached Yun Xiao and Qin Feng, he flicked the car and drifted over. Wei Xiaolei opened the car's door and got out, then proudly walked over. This kind of incredibly arrogant and prideful appearance caused Qin Feng to almost vomit. Even Yun Xiao looked a bit disgusted. "Brat, where's your car? Surely you didn't get too scared and aren't willing to race anymore?" Haha. After seeing Qin Feng act so confidently, then show up without a ride, Wei Xiaolei couldn't help but mock him. Wei Xiaolei looked around him, but couldn't see any other cars around. He thought that Qin Feng had been scared by seeing his ride and had decided to give up. Of course, the bicycle behind Qin Feng was completely ignored by Wei Xiaolei. "Are you blind? Can't you see that my ride's right here?" Qin Feng picked at his ears as he disdainfully looked at Wei Xiaolei. He came over to the 28 bicycle and patted the seat as he stroked its handlebars. It was almost as if he was stroking his precious lover. Wei Xiaolei was completely dumbfounded and started to laugh. He laughed so hard that his back became arched, completely and utterly amused. He couldn't understand the audacity of this brat to bring out this antique after seeing his flashy Gran Turismo. The Acropolis city really is an unimpressive, tiny city. Everyone here's crazy, Wei Xiaolei muttered. After getting into his car, he said, "All right, where's the finish line? If your elder wins, I want you to disappear from Yun Xiao's life. Otherwise, your elder will find people to break your dog legs." Even if he won, Wei Xiaolei wasn't interested in Qin Feng's old bicycle. "The finish line is Teacher Yun Xiao's unit. In order to be fair, I'll take Teacher Yun Xiao with me and I'll give you a 5-minute head start. Let's start now." Qin Feng then ignored Wei Xiaolei as he casually pushed his bicycle over to Yun Xiao and said, "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back." Yun Xiao didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. How could he race against Wei Xiaolei with a bicycle? However, she nodded and slowly got on. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaolei was so angry that he almost vomited out blood. He slammed his foot down hard on the accelerator, causing the car to fly out. If that brat Qin Feng still dared to stick around Yun Xiao after he won, he would make him vanish from this world forever. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? "Qin Feng, Wei Xiaolei's gone now, so I'll get off and get a taxi." Seeing that Wei Xiaolei had driven off, Yun Xiao wanted to leave. She knew that Qin Feng never planned to race Wei Xiaolei and was only chasing him off. She was quite impressed with how smart that plan was. Qin Feng never thought that someone would gift him a luxury car just like that, so why wouldn't he accept the wager? Seeing that the time was nearly up, he started pedaling as he said to Yun Xiao, "Teacher Yun Xiao, hang on tight, I'm going to speed up." Yun Xiao was scared stiff. Her mind went blank as the bicycle accelerated to an incredible speed. She almost felt like she was sitting on a rocket, instead of a bicycle. Qin Feng could feel Yun Xiao's body start to tremble, so he put his free arm behind his back and around her waist. He knew that Yun Xiao was probably scared from riding so fast on a bicycle. As she felt the arm around her waist, Yun Xiao started to tremble even more. Her eyes were filled with fear and she began to struggle. Perhaps it was the trauma from seeing Qin Feng kill people, but she would become incredibly anxious whenever she saw anything red. She couldn't stay with other people in small, enclosed spaces, and she felt incredibly anxious, being so close to Qin Feng. It wasn't because she was shy about Qin Feng touching her, but because she had developed a strong resistance to people touching her. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help Teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 1,000 Hedonist points, Failing will result in teacher Yun Xiao never being able to interact with other people again. Qin Feng was currently riding at more than 200 kilometers per hour. When he received the quest from the system, his hands shook, almost causing the bicycle to fly. He couldn't understand what was going on. Teacher Yun Xiao seemed perfectly fine, so where did this fear and social anxiety come from? The punishment of her never being able to interact with other people was simply too cruel. Could it be that she had been traumatized after seeing him kill people? Thinking to the possibility that it was because of him, Qin Feng took the quest to heart and decided to help cure Yun Xiao as soon as possible. Qin Feng shortly arrived at Yun Xiao's unit. Throughout the entire trip, Yun Xiao's body had been shaking uncontrollably, so she hurriedly got off when she saw that Qin Feng had stopped. She maintained some distance between Qin Feng and herself, and patted her perky chest as she gulped down air. After a while, she finally calmed down and looked at the familiar scenery around her. Qin Feng, we're here, she cried out in shock. Yun Xiao hurriedly looked at her phone and found that from when they had left the university until now, less than 10 minutes had passed. The fastest she had ever arrived home was in 30 minutes. She continued to look around and found that she still couldn't see Wei Xiao Lei's Gran Turismo. Only then did she accept the reality that Qin Feng had beaten Wei Xiao Lei. Of course, Qin Feng didn't dare to tell Yun Xiao that in order to help her overcome her fear and social anxiety, he had chosen the longest route. This was so that he could stay close to Yun Xiao for as long as possible and try to help her get used to it. Otherwise, it would have only taken Qin Feng 5 minutes to arrive. The two of them stood there for a few minutes before Wei Xiao Lei's limited edition Gran Turismo entered the district, heralded by its booming engine. What was amusing was that after entering the district, Wei Xiao Lei didn't directly go to Yun Xiao's unit. He thought that he had won, so he completed a victory lap around the district, then did a 360-degree spin as he stopped in front of Yun Xiao's unit. Wei Xiao Lei's control over the car made Qin Feng slightly smiled. This guy was indeed quite skilled. After obtaining the intermediate racing skills, Qin Feng could immediately tell how skilled someone else was at racing and driving. However, after some careful observation, Qin Feng knew that Wei Xiao Lei's skills were far from his intermediate racing skills. The car's doors slowly lifted up and Wei Xiao Lei got out, radiating with a sense of victory. He looked up towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an incredibly proud expression. After standing there for a while, he turned to look towards Yun Xiao's unit. When he saw Qin Feng and Yun Xiao standing there, he became completely petrified. After staring at Qin Feng in bewilderment, he turned to look at Yun Xiao, vigorously rubbed his eyes, looked back at them, and almost ran into a wall. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng had beaten him here while riding on an old bicycle and taking Yun Xiao as well. Wei Xiao Lei's expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Well, you bet, you pay. This showy Gran Turismo is this young master's from now on. Qin Feng ignored the petrified Wei Xiao Lei as he snatched the keys from his hand and came back over to Yun Xiao. Teacher Yun Xiao, I'm used to riding on my 28 bicycle, so I'll give this limited edition Gran Turismo to you. Qin Feng still wanted to use the 28 bicycle to train his body and wasn't interested in this grandiose car. However, Yun Xiao shook her head. She didn't want to use such a luxurious race car, much less one that used to be owned by Wei Xiao Lei. Seeing that neither of them wanted this limited edition race car, of which there were only 12 in the entire world, Qin Feng could only shake his head in frustration. He walked around and found a big brick, then opened the Gran Turismo's car door, turned on the engine and put it on the accelerator. Boom! The sound from the car's engine almost deafened Qin Feng. Subsequently, the Gran Turismo shot out like a starving beast and crashed into a thick osmanthus tree with a bang. The sound of the collision was incredibly loud, and by the time the car landed, 2 of its wheels had flown out, while the remaining 2 that were still attached spun in the air. The car was flipped over and smoke billowed out from it. The incredibly flashy exterior was almost unrecognizable. The luxury race car worth tens of millions of dollars had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. As Wei Xiao Lei had stood weighing on, he had wanted to stop Qin Feng many times, but there seemed to be something stuck in his throat, which prevented him from speaking. His favorite luxury car had been destroyed in an instant, which caused his eyes to burn with fire as a savage expression appeared on his face. He stared at Qin Feng's back as he vowed, "Your elder will definitely find people to finish you and make you completely disappear from this world." Soon after, Wei Xiaolei left, but the massive collision drew out many of the residents. Seeing that such a luxurious car had been reduced to such a state, they all felt incredibly shocked and that it was a great pity. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Banquet of Treachery. Within the crowd, a woman who was wearing a police uniform was especially eye-catching. It wasn't because of her uniform, but because of her voluptuous body underneath. Compounding this with her incredibly icy appearance, Qin Feng immediately locked onto her in the crowd, unable to avert his gaze. The policewoman was called Liu Bingbing, and because of her family's influence, she had moved from the capital to Acropolis City. Here, she had immediately become the Acropolis City's Northern Region's deputy police director. She was a kind-hearted person, but because she had a fiery personality, as well as a righteous and evil-hating nature, she had personally caught tens of criminals shortly after arriving at the Acropolis City. Seeing the luxury car crashed onto the tree and the crowd gathering around, she walked over in the spirit of professionalism. "Is this car yours?" Liu Bingbing truly lived up to her name, which contained 2 ice characters. Although she was quite beautiful, no one dared to approach her, because of the trembling her aura would cause. Qin Feng looked at Liu Bingbing and found that apart from the iciness on her face, there was not a shred of emotion on it. However, it was this sort of woman that Qin Feng wanted to win the most. "Beautiful policewoman, this car is mine. If you like it, I can give it to you," Qin Feng said as he smiled at Liu Bingbing. Seeing the conspicuous desire in Qin Feng's eyes, Liu Bingbing coldly glared at him and replied, "I don't care what you drive and neither do I have any say in the matter. However, I'd be more than willing to execute a hedonistic young master like you for destroying such a luxurious car just to attract attention." Evidently, Liu Bingbing had misunderstood Qin Feng. She had thought that he destroyed the car just to show off. "Immediately find someone to clear out this scrap metal. If it's still here within 30 minutes, I'll arrest you for public nuisance and make you squat in a jail cell for 2 days." This woman was simply too cold, even for the seducer sage. At this moment, an old man collecting scrap metal squeezed through the crowd. He looked at the ruined car as he flabbered his lips and asked, "Whose car is this? Do you want to sell it to this old man as scrap metal? Hurry, don't miss this opportunity." Qin Feng was just thinking about how to get rid of this ruined car, and seeing that there was someone collecting scrap metal, he hurriedly gifted it to the old man. The old man became delirious with joy and repeatedly praised Qin Feng for being a good young man. When she saw that the scrap metal had been taken care of, Liu Bingbing coldly glared at Qin Feng before turning and leaving. At this moment, the old man came to the 28 bicycle and patted it as he yelled, "Whose crappy bicycle is this? If no one wants it, this old man will take it as well." Qin Feng hurriedly ran over and chased the old man away. He said his farewells to Yun Xiao before riding off on the bicycle. The crowd had seen Qin Feng destroy a race car, then leave on an ancient bicycle. They were all completely perplexed. Who knew what went on in the heads of rich people? Qin Feng rode the bicycle back to the Royal Hotel and slept in one of the rooms until nighttime, when he was woken up by a call. After picking up the call, he heard Hao Yun's voice. "Young Master Qin, us Acropolis City's 4 princes haven't met up in a while. You've always been missing, you busy person. Us brothers are at the Amethyst Dragon Palace having fun. I've reserved the whole place to shout everyone today, hurry up and come." "Haha, alright, I'll go over when I have time." After hanging up, Qin Feng frowned. Hao Yun, who had called him over at night, definitely didn't have any good intentions. Last time at the banquet of the rich and powerful, he had publicly humiliated him. He had been wondering why that guy hadn't made any trouble for him recently, but now the trouble had come. Attending this kind of banquet of treachery was simply bringing trouble upon himself. However, Qin Feng had other ideas. After Ma De, who had been killed, he still hadn't been able to find any clues relating to who the mastermind behind that whole ordeal was. Qin Feng had tried to work on Bai Qing, but it seemed that he still needed some time. He suspected that it was likely that the mastermind was one of those 3 other princes. After all, how could one have the guts to oppose the Qin family without sufficient backing? Half an hour later, an elegantly dressed Qin Feng walked into the Amethyst Dragon. This was a private clubhouse that looked like an emperor's palace, and belonged to Hao Yun's family. Compared to the Qin family's royal clubhouse, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was only about half as big. However, its design was much more magnificent, while it also had some dirty dealings hidden away within it. Qin Feng had come here to have fun a few times, but ever since obtaining the Hedonist sovereign system, he hadn't come here at all. With the 4 princes all gathered here, it seemed that a night of entertainment was ahead of him. Young Master Qin, young Master Yun has reserved the entire premises and has been waiting for you. Please come with me. As soon as he entered, a beautiful attendant wearing a red qipao greeted him and guided him inside. The Amethyst Dragon Palace fitted its name quite well. It was designed just like the Northern Sea Dragon King's Palace in Journey to the West. The glass they walked on was transparent and they could see many different fish swimming around. There were also large glass pillars which contained many colorful bubbles. With the beautiful attendant leading him, Qin Feng was guided to the innermost private room. As he entered, he saw the other 3 princes lazily lying on the couches, smoking as 2 beautiful women massaged each of them on their backs while another massaged their feet. Young Master Qin, we've finally invited you over. As soon as Qin Feng entered, an evil smile appeared on Hao Yun's face. He clapped his hands together and 3 more beautiful women walked in. They bowed to Qin Feng and prepared to help him get changed. Qin Feng waved his hands and dismissed the 3 women. Although the women at the Amethyst Dragon Palace were all beauties, they paled in comparison to Lin Beibei, Zhao Lingxian, Yun Xiao and Bai Qing. Qin Feng had no interest in them. Ho, young Master Qin seems to have changed. Where did the loose young Master Qin go? You've become a prim and proper person, haha. Seeing that Qin Feng had dismissed the women, the 3 princes all teased him, but Qin Feng didn't mind. He took off his clothes as he got into the hot spring pool behind them and soaked in pleasure. There were many kissing gourami fish in the water massaging his feet. Young Master Yun, young Master Ju and young Master Sima all looked so happy and relaxed while gathered here. Is there going to be some entertaining show later? Every time the 4 princes gathered, there would be some fantastic entertainment. Alternatively, the 4 of them would race or gamble together, in order to create some excitement and pass the time. The 4 of them hadn't gathered together for a while, and Qin Feng could feel that something big was going to happen tonight. Haha, don't worry, young Master Qin. This young master has a big gift for you, as well as a spectacular show. Just you wait. As Hao Yun spoke, an undetectable trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other 2 princes seemed to know what was about to happen, and all smiled at Qin Feng in wicked glee. Qin Feng knew that something was off, but he wasn't worried. Even if Hao Yun wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't dare to go too far. After all, they were all from powerful families. If things truly got ugly, it wouldn't be beneficial to either of their families. He chatted with the other 3 princes every so often as he lay in the pool. When the 3 of them were fully rested, they got up and put on their clothes, as if they were preparing themselves for a good show. Qin Feng also put on his clothes and walked out of the private room with the others. They took many turns and finally stopped at a viewing platform on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng looked down and found that the ground at the bottom was flat and empty, with the area around it surrounded by an iron cage. The iron cage was about 30 meters tall, and the buzzing sound indicated that there seemed to be an electric current running through it. This was evidently a fighting arena. Currently, there were 2 bare-chested, muscular men fighting inside. The viewing platforms on the 1st and 2nd floors were filled with people who were all shouting and cheering. However, there was only the 4 of them on the 3rd floor. The other 3 princes all found places to sit, and weighed the spectacle below with binoculars. Qin Feng also sat down. He still hadn't figured out what Hao Yun was trying to do. Just what was he up to? He was sure that it wouldn't be as simple as just inviting him to WA underground fights. What do you think, young Master Qin? Asked Hao Yun, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, smiling. If I remember correctly, When I previously came to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, this underground fighting arena wasn't here. Qin Feng maintained a calm disposition as he weighed the fight down below. Haha, young Master Qin has a good memory. Indeed, this fighting arena wasn't here before. This fighting arena is this young master's gift to you tonight. I'm sure you didn't expect this, right? Indeed, Qin Feng had not expected this at all. However, he was sure that there was no good reason for Hao Yun to randomly gift him an underground fighting arena. He didn't say anything, and Hao Yun continued to speak as he laughed. Young Master Qin, today was the first day that this underground fighting arena was opened. It has been running for 2 hours now, and do you know how much money it's made so far? $20 million, a whole $20 million. Hao Yun's face was filled with excitement and his eyes almost shone with light. This was just the profit from 2 hours. If it was a whole night, or a whole week, or a whole month, or a whole year, just how much would it be able to make? Young Master Qin, I don't dare to calculate all of this. Tonight, I'm gifting this ultra-profitable business to you, so let's put our disagreements from the past aside. Tonight, let's have the time of our lives. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Tough Old Man. Hao Yun's smile became more and more intense. He signaled one of the employees at the bottom, then suddenly excitedly exclaimed, Young Master Qin, a good show's about to start. Make sure you don't blink and WA carefully. Just as he spoke, the people in the fighting arena were replaced. A large, muscular man was pushed out. He had probably been locked up in a dark place and didn't seem well adjusted to the bright fighting arena. As he looked around him, he used his hands to block the light. Although his hands were covering most of his face, Qin Feng immediately recognized this person. It was the subordinate who he had just taken under him, Zhong Biao. After recognizing Zhong Biao, Qin Feng's expression became cold. He knew that Hao Yun didn't have good intentions in calling him over, but he never would have thought that he would have captured his subordinate and forced him into the fighting arena. Young Master Yun, what's the meaning of this? Although Qin Feng was usually a lazy and careless hedonist young master, he could seem quite terrifying when he became serious. Only 2 things could make the young Master Qin serious: subordinates he had accepted, they were his people, and his women. These 2 things were his triggers. Even if one was a god or a celestial, Qin Feng would fight them to the end if they messed with his people. What does young Master Qin mean by this? I don't quite understand. Hao Yun acted as if he didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feng knew that he was pretending. Zhong Biao should have been working on contacting the Wild Wolf Gang to take down the Flying Dragon Gang, so why would he come here to engage in underground fighting? Moreover, he had been pushed onto the stage. Evidently, he had been captured and forced here. Furthermore, he had been forced onto the fighting arena right after they had arrived. This simply couldn't be a coincidence. If all of this wasn't arranged by Hao Yun, Qin Feng would have run into a wall and died. Young Master Yun, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you call me here tonight and why did you capture my subordinate? What do you want in order to release my subordinate? Originally, Qin Feng had planned on looking for clues relating to the mastermind behind the plan to go against the Qin family. However, it seemed like there were new troubles for him now. Haha, young Master Qin is so direct, Hao Yun loudly laughed. His expression then suddenly darkened as he viciously glared at Qin Feng and said, Since you dared to humiliate me in front of everyone at the banquet last time, you should have prepared yourself for this. Today, your elder's going to take you down and let you know that you're not invincible in this Acropolis city, ha ha ha. Hao Yun somewhat lost control of his emotions and started to roar with laughter. Qin Feng wanted to beat him up, but thinking to the fact that this was Hao Yun's territory, he controlled himself. He knew that as long as he didn't act first, Hao Yun wouldn't dare to do much to him. However, once he attacked, the situation could spiral out of control. Even if he killed him, he could say that it was out of self-defense. At this moment, the fight in the fighting arena began. The surroundings once again erupted with the cheers of the people who had placed bets on this fight. Qin Feng temporarily put the grievances he had with Hao Yun aside and leaned against the crystal railings as he looked down. Zhong Biao's opponent was an old man in his 50s or 60s, who was wearing a tang suit. He was on the skinny side and his eyes glimmered, giving them an unfathomable appearance. Of course, only a person with sufficient strength could feel another person's strength. Having broken through to stage 1, Qin Feng's senses had all been raised, which allowed him to tell that this old man definitely wasn't ordinary. He was definitely one of Hao Yun's subordinates who had been sent here to take care of Zhong Biao. However, it seemed that none of the spectators had placed any of their hopes in the old man. Most of them were loudly cheering for Zhong Biao. It seemed that most of them had placed their bets on Zhong Biao. Compared to the seemingly ordinary old man, this muscular and well-built young man appeared much more likely to win. Zhong Biao had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and could more or less gauge the strength of other people. He could tell that the old man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed, as his eyes were full of wariness. The old man suddenly moved, with surprising speed. Qin Feng's eyes almost couldn't track his movements, let alone Zhong Biao. Before Zhong Biao could even react to what was happening, he suffered a blow to his abdomen and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just a simple punch, without any fancy tricks, had sent a large, muscular man flying without any chance to retaliate. This scene stupefied all of the bettors. The people who had been cheering for Zhong Biao immediately shut up, looking like they had just eaten a pile of dung. Some of them even wondered if this was a case of ma-fixing. Perhaps only the 4 princes knew that Zhong Biao and the old man weren't pretending at all. Zhong Biao wished he could beat that old man down, but he was simply unable to. He lay on the ground and wrapped his arms around his abdomen. The spot where he had been struck was racked with pain, which was so intense that he felt like he was going to cough his internal organs out. The old man's nickname was Uncle Feng, which meant wind, because his speed made him seem like a gust of wind. After knocking Zhong Biao down with a single punch, Uncle Feng's expression did not change. An opponent like Zhong Biao was simply nothing to him. His feet lightly tapped on the ground as he came before him. Uncle Feng raised his foot and viciously stamped down on Zhong Biao's back. A powerful force swept through Zhong Biao's back, causing him to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. Fudge, just kill your elder if you dare. Stop acting like a little girl and using such little strength. Are you trying to give your grandpa a back scratch? Zhong Biao was not stupid. From the moment he had been captured and thrown into a car, he knew that he had offended some important and powerful figure. This important and powerful figure probably had enmity with young Master Qin. When he was taken to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Zhong Biao confirmed that Hao Yun was behind this. It seemed that the rumors of the young Master Qin falling out with the other 3 princes were true. Zhong Biao was a man among men, he would rather die standing than live kneeling. Since he had pledged his allegiance to Qin Feng, he would maintain his dignity even when facing death. As such, he loudly mocked Uncle Feng with his remaining strength. A cold smile appeared on Uncle Feng's face as he looked down at Zhong Biao, who was like an ant to him. There was not a shred of compassion in his eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and forcefully kicked Zhong Biao's stomach. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Finish the fight within 10 minutes. A bang sounded out as Zhong Biao's body flew out like a leaf within a gust of wind. This time, Uncle Feng had kicked much harder, causing Zhong Biao to fly quite far. He smashed into the electric cage, which caused crackling and sizzling sounds. After dropping to the ground, Zhong Biao's body violently trembled as he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The spectators all cried out in horror. Those who thought that the Ma had been fixed quickly dispelled that thought. No one wanted to use their own life to take part in such an act. The crowd now started to become interested in this hunchbacked old man. This underdog was a hidden and mysterious expert. It was uncertain whether Zhong Biao was dead or alive, but no one cared about him anymore. Zhong Biao caused more than half of the bettors to lose money. He was already gaining face since they were not cursing him. That was typical of the coldness displayed by those in the upper-class society. Qin Feng felt a wave of coldness pass through his heart. His fists were tightly gripped together, and he wished he could smash Hao Yun's head with a punch. However, he controlled himself. After seeing how loyal Zhong Biao was to him, Qin Feng was much more concerned about him right now. Young Master Yun, Zhong Biao won't be able to last very long. I want you to send him to the hospital right now, Qin Feng said to Hao Yun with a dark expression. Hao Yun felt delighted after seeing Qin Feng angrily begging him to send Zhong Biao to the hospital. He played with the jade ring on his thumb as he unhurriedly replied, Young Master Qin, I don't think I can allow that. This arena has its rules. Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders, the fight must continue. Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders. Zhong Biao was already unconscious. How was he meant to surrender? Qin Feng could tell that Hao Yun didn't dare to openly attack him. However, tonight he was determined to get rid of Zhong Biao as a show of strength. Qin Feng simply couldn't wait anymore after seeing Uncle Feng walking towards the unconscious Zhong Biao. He roared, Hao Yun, Zhong Biao's just a pawn. Aren't you just using him to get at your elder? Forget it, you don't need to make things so complicated. I want to replace Zhong Biao and fight that old man. This took Hao Yun by surprise. The Acropolis city's 4 princes were quite familiar with each other, but he had no idea Qin Feng could fight. Apart from seducing women, what else could that hedonistic young master do? Are you sure you want to replace Zhong Biao? Hao Yun suddenly sat up straight in excitement. If Qin Feng really wanted to go and fight, Hao Yun was more than willing. He had kept a grudge against Qin Feng after being humiliated by him at the banquet of the rich and powerful. However, because of Qin Feng's family, he hadn't dared to go too far. Now that Qin Feng was asking to fight, even if he was killed, it would have nothing to do with Hao Yun. After all, this was an underground fighting arena. Accidents were common, and one was responsible for their own life or death. Your elder said it very clearly. Let me replace Zhong Biao and fight. Qin Feng couldn't wait to teach that old man a lesson and get revenge for Zhong Biao. Today, he wanted the other 3 princes to know that the consequence for bullying Qin Feng's people was death. Haha. Alright, very well. This young master will arrange for you to fight then. Young Master Ju, Young Master Sima, you also heard that it was young Master Qin who personally asked to go and fight. If something happens, you can be my witnesses. Ju Kai and Sima too expected that Qin Feng would request to go and fight. They were startled at first, but then they smiled with wicked glee and nodded, saying, Young Master Yun, since young Master Qin's gotten bored of beauties and wants to feel the stimulation of fighting, just make the arrangements for him. The 3 of them were of one mind, and in the end, after making some arrangements, Qin Feng was allowed to fight. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to walk down, a familiar frame walked up the stairs. When she saw Qin Feng, her eyes flashed with surprise as she asked, Qin Feng, you're here as well? Qin Feng looked at Han Ying, who was wearing a red dress. She looked extremely seductive, but he was worried about Zhong Biao's injuries, and didn't have time to talk to her. He nodded, and quickly descended down the stairs. Han Ying stared after him for a few moments before recovering. By then, Qin Feng was already gone. She felt that there was something different about Qin Feng today. There was a rare air of coldness and anger about him. Han Ying quickly ran to the 3rd floor to see what was going on. When she arrived, Han Ying saw the other 3 princes. She had been invited here by Hao Yun to discuss business at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Now, seeing that the 4 princes were gathered, she felt that something big was going to happen. Ho, the Jincheng city's #1 beauty is here. Quick, have a seat. Seeing Han Ying come over, Hao Yun's eyes immediately drifted over, lustfully falling on her body. A look of disgust flashed in Han Ying's eyes, but she gave a lovely smile as she said, What sort of lucky day is it for the Acropolis city's 4 princes to all be gathered here? Could it be that there's something big happening? Haha, of course there's something big. I'm sure Miss Han won't be disappointed. Hao Yun called Han Ying over to the seat that Qin Feng had just vacated. He had invited Han Ying here tonight to humiliate Qin Feng in front of her. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered at the banquet. Perhaps, if Han Ying saw his domineering side, she might even get into bed with him. Hao Yun couldn't help but smile after thinking about that. Miss Han, hurry and look below us. Qin Feng, that reckless brat, wants to fight in the underground fighting arena. I'll tell you a secret. You see that old man? Don't look down on him, he's an expert I've invited. He's the strongest out of all the fighters here. Hao Yun grinned as he looked down. Qin Feng had already walked into the arena. After hearing Hao Yun's words, Han Yingying's expression changed as she looked at Qin Feng in shock. She simply couldn't understand what he was thinking. Young Master Yun, this isn't very good. What if something happens to young Master Qin down there? How will you deal with the consequences? Before coming to the Acropolis city, Han Yingying had done her research on Qin Feng. According to her information, he didn't know how to fight at all. He was a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He would definitely suffer if he fought against this old man, who was the strongest out of all the fighters here. Han Yingying had come to the Acropolis city this time to discuss business with the Qin family. She wasn't interested in Qin Feng at all, but after meeting him, she started to worry about him. Even she didn't notice this subtle change. That brat was the one who requested to go and fight. It's got nothing to do with me. Hao Yun felt quite displeased as he saw Han Yingying looking worried about Qin Feng. He ignored Han Yingying, his eyes almost shooting out flames as he gazed at Qin Feng in the arena. An evil smile surfaced on his lips. Soon, even if Qin Feng didn't disappear from this world, he would become a cripple. What need was there to be angry? Zhong Biao, are you all right? Zhong Biao, wake up. As soon as Qin Feng entered the arena, he ran over to Zhong Biao and shook his body. However, he saw no reaction from him. The little pig's voice sounded out in Qin Feng's mind. Master, Zhong Biao has taken serious damage and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. However, there isn't enough time. My recommendation is for Master to buy an elementary gold saw medicine to save Zhong Biao. Qin Feng hurriedly opened the system and prepared to buy an elementary gold saw medicine. However, it costed 100 Hedonist points and he did not have a single Hedonist point left. Master, you can break through to stage 2 through your fight with Uncle Feng. After receiving the reward, you can buy the elementary gold saw medicine. You can also obtain more Hedonist points from the quest I'm about to give you. However, judging from Zhong Biao's injuries, he probably won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. Please be quick, Master. Just as the little pig finished speaking, an electronic voice spoke in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Defeat the Stage 4 External Expert Uncle Feng. Quest time limit, 10 minutes. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points. Failing will result in Zhong Biao being doomed. This quest put Qin Feng in a path of no return. He didn't want Zhong Biao to die. After all, he was only in this situation because he had decided to follow Qin Feng. The aura around Qin Feng suddenly became cold as he furiously gazed at Uncle Feng and walked over. Seeing Qin Feng personally come into the arena, Uncle Feng gave him a condescending look as he stroked his beard. Young Master Yun had told him that tonight was solely for the purpose of taking down Qin Feng. Now, it seemed that things were going to become much more interesting. Brat, you sure have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities. You dare to personally challenge me? It seems that you've become tired of your lazy life and want to die quickly so you can quickly reincarnate and experience what it's like to be poor. Uncle Feng didn't feel threatened at all by Qin Feng. He could take care of hedonistic young masters like him with his eyes closed while using one hand. You injured my subordinate tonight, so you'll have to pay the price. As for whether I have an exaggerated opinion of my abilities, we'll see whether that's true after we fight. Qin Feng did not back down either as he coldly stared at Uncle Feng. As the two of them shot verbal barbs at each other, the spectators were sent into a frenzy. They had all seen how strong Uncle Feng was, and most of them were betting on him now. None of them paid any attention to the tall, skinny, and fair-skinned Qin Feng. He definitely wasn't as strong as that muscular man from before. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.